Of year, we are having a Yellow Jacket Athletics Telethon. Good morning, everybody. I am John Garver. He is the big sound Matt Johnson, and it is fundraising season here at UW Superior, not just for the athletics department, but across campus. And we've gone from 1 day to 3 days here, so it is the Superior Days of Giving, and big opportunity not just for athletics, but campus-wide, raising money for the Superior Fund, raising money for scholarships, but a big part of that too, raising money for athletics because there's always a need.
Correct. The fundraising and getting money for the department, that's something that'll never change. It's as constant as recruiting is for the coaches that you'll hear from today. But if you look around campus and you see the way the teams have performed, the facilities that are being built on campus, and some of the other improvements that have happened, especially in athletics, you can see that money's being well spent, and it's also been very valuable. So days like today are really, really important for the overall, not just for the school, but of course for the athletic department as well.
I think I don't know what coach it's attributed to, but the saying roughly is recruiting is like shaving. You have to do it every day or you look like a bum. And in some ways, the same thing could be said in this day and age for fundraising. It's something
absolutely
that is nonstop. You're doing it all the time. Everything you do athletically, whether it's your performance on the court, ice, course, field, pitch, whatever you want to say, whether it's the content you're putting out, whatever it is, every one of those things is a touch point potentially with somebody who is going to put money back into your programs. So it's a never-ending thing at this level.
It is, absolutely, and it's the truth really throughout college athletics at every division and every level. It's one of those things that's I don't want to say it goes so far as to say it's the complete lifeblood of sports, but it certainly does have a huge impact on especially the athlete enhancement side of it, the student athletes. UWS is one of the better schools around in terms of trying to make sure that student athletes have a really good experience and they can share that experience with their family, loved ones, and potential recruits to campus. So that's what days like today are all about. It's one of the necessary parts of the job, but when you see the end result and you see the level of attainment and achievement, and also the smiles on the athletes' faces, and the fact that they get a chance to rep UWS and seem to really enjoy doing it means that days like today are very important to making sure that continues. So that's pretty much what it's all about, making sure that they can optimize the student athlete experience and also have the best possible experience not only in athletics but also at UWS as a whole. So that's what days like today are all about.
Give.uwsyellowjackets.com/SDOG is the website where you can make your gift. It'll be across the bottom of your screen throughout the day today. And throughout the day, we're going to be talking with all the coaches here. Every single coach at UW Superior is going to get an opportunity to come down, kind of give a summary of their season that was or their season that is currently, because our spring sports are currently in season. We'll have a chance to hear from everybody. We'll have a chance to talk about all the different things that they are raising funds for. But before we hear from coaches, we're going to hear from the Director of Athletics. Nick Bersick is going to be our first guest today. And we got a lot to talk about with him because not just the fundraising piece for the needs of the department, a lot of facility action going on here too.
Yeah, it's going to be very wide-ranging. There's a lot of topics to get to, and we'll tackle all that with the athletic director, Nick Bersick, former student athlete at UWS, former head coach of the softball program, and now the athletic director. So he's as wired in as anybody, knows exactly what's happening, and he'll give us some good updates, I'm sure.
He's worn a lot of hats on this campus.
Yeah,
even before he became the AD, he's worn a lot of hats here. So not too many people can speak to the well-roundedness of a day like this and what it means to the university as a whole like he can. So we'll take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll sit down with the Director of Athletics, Nick Bersick, and kick things off on the 7th Annual Superior Days of Giving Telethon benefiting Yellow Jacket Athletics. It'll be right after this.
Arrive with determination.
With passion and eagerness for the opportunities ahead. Arrive with big goals for yourself.
Knowing we're here to help you build on your best.
Arrive at the University of Wisconsin-Superior with grit
and leave with greatness.
Welcome to the University of Wisconsin-Superior, known for top academics and a close-knit, supportive community in a region renowned for its natural beauty. Our campus sits just minutes from the western tip of Lake Superior, the largest freshwater lake in the world. It's a superior place to be. Come on, let me show you around. We'll start our tour here in the Yellow Jacket Union, the hub of campus. Here, students can study, play a game of pool, chill by the fireplace, or grab a bite to eat at one of our various dining options. Whatever you're hungry for, you'll find it here. The flags here represent our international students who make up 10% of our student body. At UW Superior, you'll make friends from all around the world. Right outside the Yellow Jacket Union is the Quad, with our two oldest buildings, Old Main and Erlandson Hall, on the other side. When the weather's nice, you'll always see students hanging out here, studying, or meeting up with friends.
And now, I'm going to show you Swenson Hall, a popular place for students to come out and study. It's open 24 hours a day for those who get their best work done late at night. With a 14-to-1 student-to-teacher ratio, most of your classes will be in rooms like this, with professors that know you by name and are happy to work with you. Swenson is also home to our writing center and the new esports lab, where club and varsity gaming teams practice and compete, and students can enjoy open rec hours. Here we are in Barstow, home to our natural sciences department, where students participate in hands-on research alongside faculty. The Holden Fine Arts Building is home to our outstanding visual arts and music departments here on campus. Here you'll find art studios and galleries, and the Mannion Theater, a great place to catch a concert, play, or musical put on by our students.
And now we're at Rossox Hall, which is just a few blocks away from campus. With 6 residence halls to choose from, there's a place for everyone. And living on campus is one of the best ways to make new friends here at UWS. In the Merkovich Wellness Center, you'll find a fitness room, weight room, indoor climbing wall, an indoor track, and much, much more.
It's our first segment of the 2026 Superior Days of Giving Telethon, and we are pleased to be joined by the Director of Athletics here, Nick Bersick. And I was doing the little historical run in my mind before we got started here and thinking this is the 7th year that we have done this already, something that was born out of COVID because we didn't know what to do to engage fundraising when campus was essentially closed. And if you remember, we had to get clearance to be on campus and bringing people into the buildings when they are technically closed and having to usher them all in and out and actually having a lot of success with it in year one. That 7 years later, we're still doing this. It's kind of cool that it stood the test of time and has worked out.
Yeah, 7 years, that's pretty crazy. But, 7 years, but a lot of impact. And, we talk about it every day. And, I know you get the opportunity to talk with the coaches and even some of the athletes throughout this process, too. And I think the day of giving itself is special because it is all about the student athletes, all about our teams. And it has had a profound impact on all of our programs.
You look over the course of those 7 years, I mean, you're doing rough math, you're probably around $400,000, $500,000 somewhere. I mean, you're talking $500,000 that's been raised just through this one opportunity alone. And it's hard to quantify how wide of a net that casts and the number of lives that are touched by all of those dollars coming in.
Yeah, and the wide variety of things it's self-funded, right? Like everything from team trips to equipment that has elevated performance to, some facility projects, big and small. We've done a lot of things over the course of these 7 years, and hopefully we can continue to do more.
It's a little bit different this year because for the first time, it's not one day, it's 3.
Yep.
So if you are seeing this on the encore presentation of it or finding it on Facebook or YouTube after the fact, that is okay. There is still time to give. So even if you don't have the opportunity right here on Tuesday to make a gift, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday are the days of giving. And I know athletics has talked about, are there different things we can do over the course of these days, or different themes you can look at? Because university-wide, they're kind of playing off of the March Madness theme. Trademark NCAA, we can't talk too much about that, but they're playing off of that theme and trying to make it a little more competitive and more game-ish and everything. So in addition to this, what are some of the things athletics is looking at?
Yeah, I think, similar to what we've done previously, the day of giving is all about enhancing the student-athlete experience. And for us and our coaches, a lot of that is, well, what do our student-athletes need? What would benefit them? What would benefit their experience? So to me, what's exciting is to see the wide variety of initiatives we're trying to fundraise for. Things that, directly impact our performance and, our competitive side, but also things that just enhance the student experience, help make being a Yellow Jacket special, from, team retreats and team bonding experiences to everything in between. So I think, the wide variety and the impact that it can have certainly is there this year. And hopefully we can get some donor support to make things happen.
I'll preface all of it, too, by saying you're going to hear some coaches talk about equipment. You're going to hear some coaches talk about apparel. And that is not them saying that the university and athletics does not provide those things. Because I don't know if a coach has ever come in and said, Nick, I really need this protective equipment so my team can play. You're not going to say no to that. If our athletes are not lacking for apparel, you look on this campus and you will see the Under Armour logo and this logo all over the place. These are enhancements.
Yep.
These are additional items. These aren't necessarily needs in a lot of cases. They are wants. So prefacing it by saying the programs are being provided what they need to compete. These are additional pieces to enhance that experience.
Yeah, exactly. This is all about enhancements. And, for me, that's the one thing I really love about our institution is we really value the student-athlete experience. And a big part of that is ensuring we have the resources to compete at a high level and to provide our kids a rewarding experience. Certainly for us, though, there are always things that we can do that can enhance, that can improve, that can strengthen, and really make the experience for our student athletes memorable. I think back to my 4 years of competing here, they were very memorable, and the friendships I was able to form, those are the guys I still talk to pretty much every week and connect with, and we want to build that for our student athletes too and continue to enhance their experience. The cool thing about our department is many of us are alum of the institution or played college sports or were affiliated in some capacity during our time as undergraduates or in graduate school. So we all share that collective vision of, this is about their experience and trying to provide a holistic and comprehensive one too. So yeah, you're absolutely right. We really view this initiative of enhancing, improving the student athlete experience and getting some of our teams the extra items that maybe help elevate and push and enhance our competitiveness.
Before we talk about some of the wants and needs of the department as a whole, because in addition to the teams raising money, we raise money for the athletics department as well, things like the fueling station, things like apparel and all of that. How about a State of the Union here? And let's talk about, as we've gotten through winter sports now, so fall is in the books, winter's in the books, spring's getting cranked up, and that's off to a great start. Talk a little bit about where the department is at.
Yeah, I think for us, you and I have gone back and forth a few years of, using the word historic to really celebrate the success of our programs. And I think, we're having a similar year in terms of the amount of competitive success across the board of all of our programs. Certainly fall was another competitive year for just about every one of our programs. What we saw from a soccer perspective, volleyball advanced to the championship, our cross country, our golf teams, all competing at a high level for championships and having success. And as we've transitioned to winter, every program has moments where, there's going to be some learning curves and there's going to be some ups and downs. And we saw that this year, but I'm really excited in terms of where those programs are positioned and the growth that we saw. Sometimes the hard part about athletics is sometimes growth doesn't always translate immediately to wins on a scoreboard or, in the record book, but there still can be a lot of growth and progress in a season. And I think we saw that over the course of the year and just all of our winter programs. Women's basketball in particular, a team that went through a coaching change. Evelyn came in, did a great job building a foundation, a culture, and it took them time to find their groove, but they found it at the right moment and won a tournament championship and made another appearance in the NCAA tournament too. So, I think winter sports, we learned, we grew, we saw success, and hopefully that can continue to funnel into the success of our spring sports. And like you mentioned, they're off to a great start, some great spring break trips, and some competitive success that has gone along with it too. So excited to see what they can produce and where they can go.
Yeah, I don't really have much to add to that. I think he's kind of articulated everything that we saw. Our fall programs are historically strong. They were strong again this year. Winter. A couple of teams went through some growing pains, but that's a 4-year cycle that you get sometimes. We've had a couple of changeovers there in terms of coaching the last few years and getting some new athletes in, and saying goodbye to some other athletes. That's just also part of the process.
College sports?
Yeah, that's college sports. Like you said, really proud of the women's basketball program, not just because I'm their voice, but because of the growth that they showed and making it to the NCAA tournament again for the second straight year. That's pretty cool. And then, like you said, spring, baseball and softball are rolling right along right now. Both tennis teams look good. Both track and field teams are going to be pretty tough. Then men's golf has got the NCAAs coming up for them. So, there's been plenty of success. It hasn't necessarily been the most conference championships that we've seen, but that's a pretty high bar compared to where we've been. So you're not going to be able to maintain that all the time in every sport for a long period of time. That's what makes certain years more special than others. But this has certainly been far from a not successful year so far, and there's been plenty of successes. We've got 4 teams and counting now that either have or are going to make NCAA tournament appearances. So that's pretty cool. That says a lot about the program overall.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, and for us, it's not the it's not the single success of one program that I think defines us as a department, but it's the collective success of all of our programs. And one thing that hopefully you hear too from the coaches throughout this process and our student athletes too is just the collective vision and the collective connections that we have across our programs and within the department of rooting for each other, cheering each other, supporting each other, because it's all intertwined.
Winning, I think, probably externally is what people judge by. And it's been a really good run over the last decade. And I don't think it's unfair to say that winning has helped in some of the advances facility-wise here. And we haven't been shy about talking, facility-wise for athletics here at UW Superior was neglected for a very long time. We've been able to make up some ground here over the last handful of years. You look out the back door, and SECU is a beautiful facility that the teams get to call home. And the announcement coming earlier this year that baseball and softball finally making their way back to campus, softball especially, having never played a game on this campus. Talk a little bit about that process and 2 more facilities being built.
Yeah, facilities are a backbone of us being able to provide the experiences for our student athletes, whether it's training or competing or anything in between. For us, we've been focused on making some facility improvements over the past several years. Many thanks and appreciation to Chancellor Wachter for making that happen and making it a priority for the campus. But very excited for another year at Superior Choice Credit Union Stadium. It continues to be a great venue for us for soccer. Very excited to be hosting the UMAC Outdoor Track and Field Championships. I think our track programs have done an exceptional job of being great indoor hosts, and we're excited to now be the outdoor host and showcase our venue, as well as a new throws facility. Venues, yes.
Yeah, exactly.
A new throws facility that hopefully will come online by the time of the outdoor championship too. But excited for women's lacrosse to step onto that field next year too and compete for the first time as well too. So Superior Choice Credit Union Stadium has been great. We're already seeing the impact that it's had and being able to expand opportunities with the launch of our club soccer program as well. Now we're excited to a project near and dear to me with my time with both programs is the baseball softball fields. Certainly has been a need for quite a while, and very excited to be in the progress of getting that facility constructed. And hopefully this time next year we have a shovel in the ground. We're starting to move some dirt and seeing those facilities be built and come online. But for us, that's the start. There's been, a lot of small projects that have gone along the way. We also have some other bigger needs that we need to continue to find solutions, find ways to support our programs and our student athletes. But hopefully we can continue just the progress and the ultimate growth. I will say, donor support always helps accelerate projects and push initiatives forward. But The one thing I would say about our facility projects, it truly is about the student athletes. It is an investment that truly transcends any type of experience that we can provide. It really is an investment in ensuring that our programs have the spaces to safely, successfully train, compete, give our student athletes the best experience, the best balance that we can, and really provide greater opportunities. Superior Choice Credit Union Stadium has not only helped benefit our programs, but you think about the community impact, you think about the impact to the general student population, and just the intramural programming. We're starting to see that really impact all UW Superior students and the broader community too. So hopefully we can continue to make progress on our facilities for not only our good, but for the greater community.
You talked about smaller projects. Before we jump into that, timeline for NBC Park.
Yeah, so we're excited. This spring, we're going to be working with our designers to go through the full design process. It is a state project, so a state project has its process and its timeline behind it, but the goal is to see us break ground next spring in anticipation for an opening would be the 27-28 academic year.
So fall ball 27 potentially.
That's the goal, and that's what we're progressing towards. That still is an aggressive timeline for a state project, but we have great support from the state of Wisconsin, UW system. There's certainly a recognition in terms of the need, the value, and we're going to see what we can do to continue to ensure that timeline is achieved.
It's really going to transform that corner of campus too.
Yeah, I do think, that's the other nice thing about facility investments. It really helps enhance the entire visibility of the campus and, improve some areas that, were underdeveloped or underutilized too. So that corridor now on 28th certainly will have a nice athletic feel to it, but also, again, community impact too, the synergies between our facility and now the Superior School District's facilities. Think about, tournaments that can be hosted and other events that can be hosted by having those assets, those facilities close to each other really provides greater opportunities.
Staying down on that part of campus, Westman Arena is a 56-year-old facility now, 55, 56 years old, has aged very well. It looks a lot younger than it is. However, there are definitely there's some upkeep that needs to be done there. When you start talking about mechanical, you start talking about replacement of the orange and brown seats, which every single year we get asked, why are they those colors? I don't have a good answer for you. I wasn't even alive at that time. One of the projects that was able to get done there, though, the boards and glass replaced this year.
Yeah, and I think for us, not only certainly recognize the impact it has from a performance perspective of having new boards and new glass that really can, you know better than both of us, but, impact play and the training elements all associated with it. But that project is also about player safety, right? And, Westman Arena is a community asset. We're not the only users of it. So to ensure whoever's using it, whether it be youth or, the adult league that likes to go out there, have safe, secure boards and glass is important too. And we got a lot of positive feedback too from the community when they come to games and get to see the new boards and glass, because it does help enhance a little bit of the visibility of play and some of the components behind it.
Closer to home here now in this facility, the old ticket lobby was largely unutilized. It was a storage room and everything. Much needed locker room space developed in that area.
Yeah, the good problem the problem of having new facilities is we host more events now, which puts some constraints on other parts of facilities, locker rooms included, restrooms, all of that. So, yeah, we've had to do a little bit of an assessment, and again, thanks to the collaboration throughout our campus community of recognizing, we needed more space for visiting teams, and we were able to reutilize old space that was kind of abandoned junk room, storage room, collect-all room into two nice visiting team locker rooms. That the nice thing with these and then the location is it can be dual purpose, so it can support users of the stadium, but also users of the gym, which for us then too, it means we aren't displacing our own student athletes to host events. And I think that's important. We talk about the need for our student athletes to, essentially train year round, from strength to performance to their sport, and being able to have a consistent locker room, consistent locker is necessary and conducive for that. So having that space, again, it's not a project you're ever going to see published in an article or a magazine or on our website, but it's such a critical project that really helps the operations and the flow of everything continue to focus us on enhancing the student athlete experience.
Last summer, the gym floor got a makeover,
Yep.
and we know that floor is reaching end of life. I was amazed to find out that's the original floor. So you're going all the way back to 1966.
Wow.
So you've gotten 6 decades of use out of that floor, but that is reaching end of life.
Yeah, it is, and it's critical, and certainly for our basketball and volleyball programs, that is a pristine facility. But that facility, our gym, is used heavily from an academic component, heavily from a community aspect as well too. So, part of our facilities is, we're talking about, what are the new facilities that we need, but also how do we maintain our current facilities? What upgrades do they need? And our gym floor is a significant one that's on the list too. Gym floors aren't that cheap. It is an investment, but again, it's an investment that really speaks to ensuring that we have the facilities to support those 3 programs, but the broader community and all the users that interface with the gym.
The golf simulator finally up and running?
Yeah.
That's a long time coming.
That is, but that is a project that we can 100% correlate to our day giving and the donations and support that we've received for our golf programs. But excited to get that fully up and running. Our golf training room, has the simulator now, has lockers for our golf athletes where they can finally store their clubs safely here on campus, not trying to squeeze it into a metal locker or leaving it in their dorms or their car, whatever. They now have a training facility. Hopefully we can help continue to enhance that with a putting green. I think that would really elevate that space. But ever since we got the simulator launched in the locker rooms, that room honestly is one of the busiest rooms here on campus, which is great, right? When we talk about these needs, these are truly things that we're seeing impact the student athletes, and the golf room and the simulator in particular for our golf athletes has seen a lot of use.
And you've talked about the putting green that would go into that room as well.
Yep.
We do have the anonymous donor who has thrown the $2,000 challenge out and said, all right, I'm in for half of this. Let's see if we can get the other donors to get together and get the other half, so that will further enhance that room.
Yeah, definitely. That room in particular, like I mentioned, is one that we've seen great use of, and hopefully we can continue to enhance it so our golf athletes can improve all aspects of their game. The simulator is great for, driving and hitting and even wedge, but being able to improve their short game and their putting, those to me, when we look at, golf championships recently, those have come down to a few strokes. Right. So being able to improve those small elements truly will help enhance our competitive performance. So hopefully, with some additional donor support, we can make that happen. It's a great investment for our golf programs.
And key for them too, because you're literally going months between your conference championship, the NCAA tournament, and being able to play outdoors in this part of the country. So a very necessary training aid for them.
Yeah, I mean, we try the best that we can once spring hits to send our team south to get, competition in. But yeah, you're absolutely right. We're limited based off of our geography and based off of our weather. So having that facility has certainly enhanced. And, I think that also speaks to why it's so heavily utilized by our golf student athletes.
I think we've talked about just about every single one of the programs being touched in some way by an improvement that we've done to a facility here. And I know the next one that is I don't want to say on the docket, but there's been some conversations about, you're talking about a new outdoor tennis facility.
Yeah, we certainly recognize, we launched our tennis programs. we're almost 10 years,
almost 10 years
into it. Yeah. And we knew that our current 4 courts would be a short-term solution. So we're looking and exploring, what it would take to build 6 new outdoor tennis courts to improve that facility for our tennis student athletes. The reality is our current courts are, have seen significant wear and tear. They were never originally designed and built to be collegiate tennis facility. It was designed to be more recreational oriented, and we're seeing some cracking and some subsurface issues that are at this point beyond repair too. So looking at to see how we can enhance a new tennis facility to support our tennis programs and the growth that they've had, really to help ensure the next decade of the program is strong.
So a lot of talk about facilities. Facilities, they take time to build. They are expensive. There's a fundraising component to that. And, I know a lot of the audience that's probably tuned in right now, more on the smaller gift side as opposed to the major gift side. But that said, this is something that is going to be ongoing when you are looking at athletics facilities here. Because once you get them built, that's great, but there is upkeep that comes with that.
Yeah, and I think we're trying to be mindful of that as well, because these facilities are great, but ensuring that they're going to be great for the next 20, 15, 30 years is also important to us too. So when we are building and looking at facility enhancements, it's also done with an eye of how do we sustain this long term to make sure it continue to have the right surface, whether we're talking about turf for our track athletes, or the proper sand for our jump pits, right? It's about ensuring the longevity of the facility, the success of the facility over the long period.
Getting away from the higher end stuff, there's plenty that the department has to fundraise for. Each team has their own asks. The athletics department itself, you've got a few things that are traditionally on that list that we continually have to keep funneling money into. So touch on that.
Yeah, one of the areas that we continue to see a need in is our fueling station in support of our student athletes from a nutritional perspective. I will say we are one of several Division III institutions that have a fueling station as robust to the extent that we do, but we're seeing significant use out of it, whether that's athletes grabbing something to eat between classes, somebody grabbing something before a practice, before a film session, because they went from class to practice, didn't get to go to the caf or get something to eat, after a workout, whatever the circumstance may be. We know our student athletes have nutritional needs, and our fueling station has been a great resource for us to help fulfill some of that. It does come with a cost, so we've been very appreciative for the donors that really care about the nutrition of our student athletes, and making an investment that can help impact all of our student athletes. The fueling station is a great one for that.
And I know that having been a part of that for so many years, and it's helping us do all of this today. There's a technology piece as well. Technology moves quickly, so you're constantly looking at upgrades and replacing things and everything. So even though it's not necessarily at the top of the priority list, you do look at technology upgrades as well.
Yeah, one thing we try to pride ourselves, and you guys know it better than me because you're a part of just about every broadcast to some extent, is Yellow Jacket TV and our broadcasts and our, I'm looking at Holden, who's across the way, not on camera, but, our creative content, our streaming crew, our photography, all of that certainly is an investment we want to continue to make to improve the student athlete experience, but also we recognize we have a lot of student athletes from afar that mom and dad, grandma and grandpa, whoever it may be, family members can't always come to games. Mm-hmm. So, we want to continue to invest to ensure that they can watch and support from afar and have the same feel that we can as if they were a part of game day here on campus too. So, those that really rely on Yellow Jacket TV to see their games, we hope that, an investment there, a donation there can continue to allow us to enhance broadcasts, allow us to enhance our creative content. That's telling the stories of our student athletes, highlighting their competitive success. It's a great investment.
You talk student athletes, and we aren't just exclusive to NCAA varsity athletes anymore either.
Correct.
We launched 2 club programs this year, so touch on that.
Yeah, our club programs were all about expanding opportunities. We've certainly seen in our region a need and growth for both soccer and for continued hockey opportunities, and excited to have launched those programs this past year. And I think, all things do that, they had some great success along the way for both of them respectively. We knew that going into this first year, it was about this time last year that we made the announcement. Right. We were adding those programs along with women's lacrosse. And in our club programs, we had a very aggressive timeline of trying to compete this academic year too. So it was a quick build of rosters, quick build of programs, but it was great to see them have their first seasons and also have some competitive success tied to it. Certainly for us though, it's not just about 1 year, it's about their continued success too. So really excited about where the futures of those programs could be. They have unique opportunities that are inherently different than our NCAA programs. The ability to have not only a more well-rounded experience, and not saying that to discredit our NCAA programs, but our club programs can have a balance to it that our NCAA playing seasons don't always give us the tools or the flexibility to do so. But they also have unique elements where they can do things a little bit differently because they aren't under the umbrella of the NCAA too. So, I think for us, for our club programs, continued growth is going to be important in year two. I think we'll continue to see roster growth and recruiting for student athletes coming in to help contribute to those programs, and that certainly will probably aid in their competitive success as we build depth and we build talent. But certainly to have those, being able to support those student athletes from travel to equipment and just the general needs of the programs will always be important too. So this year for both of our club programs, we're trying to fundraise for just program support, particularly in the realm of travel and equipment, to ensure that we can provide them with a great experience and just the continued growth of their programs.
And 2 new coaches.
We'll have 2 new coaches too, and excited to see what the possibilities there lend and the ability for them to come in and create their own vision and structure and culture within those programs.
give.uwsyellowjackets.com/SDOG is the website. It'll be across the bottom of your screen throughout the day as we sit down with all of our coaches and talk about the needs and the successes and everything that are all a part of athletics here at UW Superior. So we've heard from the AD, and the coaches will be coming up next. Nick, thanks for coming by.
Thanks, guys.
We'll take a quick break, and we'll be back with more of the 2026 Superior Days of Giving Telethon benefiting Yellow Jacket Athletics right after this.
Trying to make y'all comfortable. For the record, you ain't trying to grow, then it's done for you. For the record, lab on me going all the way. For the record, ain't trying to link, no time to waste. For the record, for the record, for the record, for the record, for the record. Been a little too nice for y'all. Now I gotta outprice for y'all. Snake eyes and dice for y'all. Shoulders on ice for y'all. A6 all the hay. I'm working the ball today. Got lost in the ball and A's. I'm flipping the balls, I'm flipping the off record, I still count wins when they got it. All record, I let them take advantage. I was wildin'. All record deals. Tell them talk to Colin for the quote. All record, I still want the act, not the ghost. Trying to make y'all comfortable. For the record, you ain't trying to grow, then it's done for you. For the record, lab on me going all the way. For the record, ain't trying to link, no time to waste. For the record, for the record, for the record.
We're back on the 7th annual Superior Day of Giving Telethon. I guess I should call it Superior Days of Giving because unlike years past where it's one day, this year it's 3. So it is the Superior Days of Giving, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday of this week. So plenty of time for you to make your gift to any of our Yellow Jacket sports programs here at UW Superior. The URL is across the bottom of your screen. give.uwsyellowjackets.com/SDOG is where you can log on and make your gift. So we shift to the hardwood now, and we are joined by men's basketball head coach Greg Polkowski. And Coach, before we dive into the fundraising aspect of things, let's take a little bit of a look back, a year in review. And I think this was, I think without a doubt, hands down the youngest crew you have ever had as a head college basketball coach.
Yeah, no, it was a young group we had. We had some seniors in Evan Bennett and Caden Lecce and Jackson Elfrey. But I think on the overall, whether it was experience coming back with, the junior class that, is really, worked up into a position to have, a bigger role. Their experience was still limited. And then, I haven't ran all the numbers, but, probably the most freshman and sophomore we've played, if not ever, definitely in quite some time. So, younger group. And, I guess to look back on the year, I know you haven't asked a question yet on it, but I think there was a lot of growth within that young group and a lot of opportunity, a lot of experience. Sometimes that experience played out, because that was the intention, was to, get guys opportunities and grow on that in the long term, and had a lot of close games. You had 11 single-digit games, 1, 2, or 3 possession games, and there's a lot to be taken away from that. And obviously, we want those results to be different, not only this past year, but obviously most definitely moving forward. But going to take the positives that we can with the experience gained and the vast majority of our team all returning, for next year. So those are things we're going to build on and keep working from. So not to jump ahead to questions 2 and 3, but just I guess I'll not hide from it and speak right to it. So
he did take question 2, so we don't have to worry about that. But you're the voice of the team, and we talked about it more than once. Those one score, one possession games were a thing all season long.
Yeah, I mean, it's a team that's trying to learn how to win at the college level, and I don't think that Greg would disagree with that. I mean, it's hard when you've got a bunch of very young guys coming in playing. A lot of these guys were playing their first college ball. There were a couple of seniors that transferred in as well. Caden Lecce being among them, but it was a team that was kind of trying to feel their way out and try to figure out what it takes to get those W's at the end of games. Because they would play, and I think Greg would agree with this, 30, 35 minutes of good basketball, and then 5 minutes here and there would usually be the difference in what would cost them a game. And that can be frustrating at times, but, if you stay the course, you hope what ends up happening is that the guys learn from those experiences down the road. They get bigger, they get stronger, they get more experience, and then they start closing the deal instead of playing just, 3/4 of a good game or 80% of a good game. At the college level, you got to play 40 good minutes to get a victory, and I think that the guys learned that a lot this year. I mean, there were a few games where they came through and got, some good wins for sure in there, but, I know that, it's one of those, it was going to be a transitional year anyway. I mean, you lose 5 starters off that team from the last 2 years. I mean, that's a big mountain to climb just from the start for any basketball team, is to lose 5 starters. I mean, you're basically breaking in an entire new starting 5 and a bunch of guys that haven't necessarily played together a lot. So there's a lot of reasons for some of the struggles, but for the most part, I think they played a lot of good minutes. It was just a few minutes here and there that ended up biting them sometimes at the end of games. That was my assessment. I don't know if Greg agrees with that.
Yeah, no, I don't disagree, and I think really where we're at here at the end of March is. I think we've had some conversations, whether it was, in preseason talks during the year, and that was maybe a theme or topic. But I think, where we're at now, because I think it's really important to put our feet down right now and our, the mentality and the mindset and the belief of, we've had a great locker room all year. We've had a great spirit. We've put a ton of good practices together. We get on the floor 25 times in games. Great experience to be gained there. But, we have a group of guys that have shown that they're capable, that really rally around each other. We feel very confident that there's ability in talent to go win basketball games, at our level. And quite honestly, I think even more than maybe we've even seen, because, like I said, we were playing, got to a point a little bit where, we were making sure that, we wanted to develop guys and get opportunity. But I think there's there's more behind that curtain for us to even push further. And I think, where we are right now, and not having a mentality of looking back, but of looking forward, that there's a great core and group that is hungry for it, that wants to work for it, that has demonstrated the ability and talent to go play at a high level. So, we're excited to rally around that. Finish out what will be this spring semester with whatever we can do in the spring at a high level. And I know that's where our guys' mentality is at. So I'll speak on the behalf of our team and them, that they're hungry for next year. And again, not to look backwards, but we've been in this spot a time or two, and I think that's a good thing to be able to draw back and look on those experiences and how we've been able to respond. And I know that this group is as set up for that from a mentality standpoint and ability and belief standpoint as any group. So excited for that.
When you have that much new blood, I imagine there's probably more teaching than you definitely did the previous year when you had so many upperclassmen and 5 veteran starters and everything. So obviously you spent a lot of time teaching the college game. On the flip side, what did you learn about you and about yourself as a coach? What did you learn?
Yeah, I think that's well put. I think there's teaching, and I think if one thing I learned, I guess, is we go into this year kind of thinking all right, we can keep doing what we've been doing, and I think and know that it has worked to a certain level. And I think this year we learned, what can work with this group. And that doesn't mean flipping the script. That doesn't mean throwing everything away. But, hey, we need to go back to these things that have worked over the course of time and can work with this group. And, hey, this group has this personality, offensively and defensively, or these positive traits that we need to lean on these. So, what we learned is, the adjustments that need to be made. I think for me, just from, at its purest core of coaching, we could slam the door and yell and pull the paint off the wall and all that stuff, but I don't think that's the answer. I think there's a belief in the long term with this group, and I don't know if patience is the right word, but just staying with it. That doesn't mean we don't have our eyes open and ears open to evolving and changing, but we need to keep going through that process, and that process shouldn't be multiple years, but that I've got to look inward within that, and I guess stay disciplined myself within that, and stay with the group, because that's what they need, and that's what we all need. So I guess that's what I've reflected on, and then there's a whole basketball side of it that I'm excited for in the spring and summer to really have us really organized and set to go at the highest level we possibly can going into next fall. So
yeah, I mean it's at this point. When you lose, and I keep going back to it, but I mean, when you're a young team at the college level and you've got a bunch of players that, like I said, don't really know each other all that well. I mean, they have, some of the sophomores came along, Landon Tomer being one of them. I thought he was very good this year. Nick Nordon showed quite a bit. Gage Brady had a really good second half of the year. So, I mean, there's talent on the team. You just hope that down the line they improve. Like you talked about the teaching piece. There's a lot of teaching that goes into this. It's not as much X's and O's as much as it is also learning, what kind of situation you can take advantage of, what to read on the court, how to guard at the college level. I mean, it's an entire, changeover for some of these guys, and a couple of those guys I just mentioned as well. So, it's just a question of gaining that maturity. Now you've got your feet wet. You've got a year of college under your belt. Now it's time to take that next step. And how do you take that next step? Is a maturity factor thing. I mean, obviously you want to keep working on your game, your individual skills, and all that kind of stuff. But it also goes between the ears, and buckling down and making the plays you need to make down the stretch. And young teams typically struggle with that, and UWS was no exception. And Greg and the coaching staff, I'm sure, are working hard to try to make sure that when that comes in the future, because it will, make sure that we're not going to do it the same way we did it before, because the way we did it before didn't work. We're going to try something different, and that's the next step in progression, I think, for this group.
Well, I think I'll just add on. I know we have only a certain amount of time. There's obviously we want to win every game. I felt we were competitive through the majority of the season. We lost 11 games by a combined or a cumulative total of 4.6 points a game. And you don't look at that as, if we run these two plays differently, we win. It's a two-possession game. You can look at it that way, but it's a culmination of, whether it's, you can use maturity, but I wouldn't call our group immature. It's just, we're young, we're youthful.
More mature.
Our youth, that you continue to grow and evolve. And, your habits, your environment, the mentality, the physicality, I'll say mentality again because it is that important. That's what's going to make up those 4.6 points, difference. And, I'm a firm believer in that. I don't look at it as, if we just do this different or we make a shot, which we can look at that as well. But I just think it's a growth opportunity for us that, the number says 4.6, but, what goes into 4.6? And I think that's where from now to, next October, next November, we have the opportunity to close that gap and get on the right side of it. So that's 100% where my mentality's at, where our group is at. And I know there's a peerness to it right now. It's not something that's fake, within our group. So that, I think at the end of the day, if that's something we can lean on, I'm going to take that all day over, whatever else number, whatever scheme you want to put at it. So, that's where the group is at, and that's a positive thing for us. So,
Typically, your program does pretty well in the fundraising aspect of things. You've got a good donor base that is very good about giving back to the program. And this year, obviously, those things are going to be needed again. Let's take a look. You're looking at team apparel, and we're not saying that he's fundraising for all of his apparel. The university does provide apparel to the student athletes. These are additional things, correct? An additional sweatshirt, a team jacket, a bag, whatever it might be. So talk a little bit about what you're looking at.
Yeah, no, I think, the university and the department does a great job of taking care of us, and I think for the D3 experience, and our student athletes can speak to this. It's pretty. All you got to do is walk around the halls. That our athletes get taken care of at a high level. I think that's something honestly that we've never done something like that. We've used a lot of our funds. For other things, and that's gone to good use. So just kind of switching gears this year, and like I said, we've got a big returning group. So just add to that experience and representation of, the program, whether it's on game day, whether it's across campus, whether it's, when they're back home or wherever it is. So, that's what we're looking for there. And I think, it's just an extra piece. And I think it just, again, adds to the experience for our guys.
The other piece you're looking at is team technology. So I know basketball, more so than a lot of sports, spends a lot of time dissecting film, even though it's all digital now, but breaking down game film, not just of your own team, but also of the opponent. So talk about what you're looking for there.
Yeah, like you said, we spend a good amount of time on film. I think I know it's something that helps our team. It's a great learning and teaching piece, as you spoke to it. And I think for us, as much as we do it, and we try not to do it too much, but it's just getting the clutter out of the way, getting the fluff out of the way. So if we can eliminate a 90-second walk from the locker room and gym from upstairs going to watch on the big screen in one of the classrooms, that we're able to bring that TV and viewing ability right into the gym. And so whether that's a big screen TV, whether that's the technology that we can go from practice right to seeing it, or seeing it right to the floor, and we just eliminate the leg time of getting upstairs, or other teams using the classrooms, that we can just get right to it. So that's the direct motivation and reason for us putting that ass down with the viewing technology, TV stand, however we're going to go about that, but that's the vision. And we did that a number of years ago, and I think with the amount of use that we've had on it, we're just ready to, I guess, kind of refresh it. So.
Well, there's definitely been technological advances since then, too. So the upgrade is definitely something that is needed. Give.uwsyellowjackets.com/SDOG is the website. Go on there now and make your gift to benefit Yellow Jacket men's basketball. Coach, thanks for coming by.
No, thank you, and thanks to all of our alumni and supporters. They've been a huge support over the years, and thank you in advance for anything you're able to do this year.
We'll be back with more of our 2026 Superior Days of Giving Telethon benefiting Yellow Jacket Athletics right after this.
Welcome to UWS Women's Hockey here on 91.3 FM KUWS. This is Matt Johnson coming to you live from Westman Arena, where it is Senior Day for the Yellow Jacket Women's Hockey team as they take on the #1 ranked team in the country, the UW Liberty Falls, under head coach Lee Sadler, her first season at 9 years.
up to the right point. Taken there by Marks. Over to the left point. Shoot, they score! It's going to be Darby Batson. That was.
River Falls net. Right near side. Shots up by Cora Collins and they score!
Arrive with determination.
With passion and eagerness for the opportunities ahead. Arrive with big goals for yourself.
Knowing we're here to help you build on your best.
Arrive at the University of Wisconsin-Superior with grit
and leave with greatness.
Welcome to the University of Wisconsin-Superior, known for top academics and a close-knit, supportive community in a region renowned for its natural beauty. Our campus sits just minutes from the western tip of Lake Superior, the largest freshwater lake in the world. It's a superior place to be. Come on, let me show you around. We'll start our tour here in the Yellow Jacket Union, the hub of campus. Here, students can study, play a game of pool, chill by the fireplace, or grab a bite to eat at one of our various dining options. Whatever you're hungry for, you'll find it here. The flags here represent our international students who make up 10% of our student body. At UW Superior, you'll make friends from all around the world. Right outside the Yellow Jacket Union is the Quad, with our two oldest buildings, Old Main and Erlandson Hall, on the other side. When the weather's nice, you'll always see students hanging out here, studying, or meeting up with friends.
And now I'm going to show you Swenson Hall, a popular place for students to come out and study. It's open 24 hours a day for those who get their best work done late at night. With a 14-to-1 student-to-teacher ratio, most of your classes will be in rooms like this, with professors that know you by name and are happy to work with you. Swenson is also home to our writing center and the new esports lab, where club and varsity gaming teams practice and compete, and students can enjoy open rec hours. Here we are in Barstow, home to our natural sciences department, where students participate in hands-on research alongside faculty. The Holden Fine Arts Building is home to our outstanding visual arts and music departments here on campus. Here you'll find art studios and galleries, and the Mannion Theater, a great place to catch a concert, play, or musical put on by our students.
And now we're at Ross Hawks Hall, which is just a few blocks away from campus. With 6 residence halls to choose from, there's a place for everyone. And living on campus is one of the best ways to make new friends here at UWS. In the Merkovich Wellness Center, you'll find a fitness room, weight room, indoor climbing wall, an indoor track, and much, much more. Also in the MWC is the Mertz Mortarelli Gymnasium, where you'll cheer on our Yellow Jacket athletics teams. It's not just what's on campus. Nearby lies the Twin Ports, Superior, Wisconsin, and Duluth, Minnesota, offering tons of opportunities for dining, shopping, hanging out, and enjoying the outdoors.
So come join us at the University of Wisconsin-Superior, where every day is an opportunity to learn, grow, and make your mark on the world. We can't wait to welcome you into our hive. Go Yellow Jackets!
We're back on the 7th annual Superior Days of Giving Telethon benefiting Yellow Jacket Athletics. The website goes across the bottom of your screen, give.uwsyellowjackets.com/SDOG. And that is where you can log in and make your gift to any of our Yellow Jacket sports programs. And time now to talk a little women's hockey, and head coach Bree Simon is with us. And we've had a couple of coaches throughout the day today who had to navigate massive roster turnover. And in 25-26, I'm not sure anybody was more deeply impacted with roster turnover than you. So from year 1 to year 2, you got thrown in the deep end of the pool there for sure, because you really had to you enhanced your coaching chops, I guess, is a good way to look at it in your second year, because you had a lot of new blood this year.
Yeah. It was, I mean, I have
next question.
Yeah. There's no words to explain that, I guess. It is what it is. Have had to do it. Thank God I'm done with it, hopefully, for a few years. But I mean, we did the best that we could with the group that we had too. So
we talked about it a couple of times in pregame interviews this year, and I always felt bad because we had that long stretch of I don't know what more we could do, and you know that things that should bounce your way aren't bouncing your way.
Yep.
But as the year went on, there definitely was some development in there. Even though wins aren't coming, there was development that took place in there. And you definitely saw some strides being made by some of those players, particularly your freshmen, because you had so many that were put into key situations right off the hop. You definitely were able to see some development there, weren't you?
Yeah, 100%. If you look at from the beginning of the year to, our last game against River Falls, like major improvements, hearing from parents, other coaches, even people that don't even know hockey and saw a lot of our games, always said, like, you guys are right there. You guys are improving. Like, I can see this group going in the right direction, which is what basically this year was about anyways. I knew that the wins were going to come and go. Obviously, I would have loved to have a few more than 4, unfortunately, but it's just the way it is. And I commend our group a lot. It's hard to lose and go from that long stretch of losing, but still continuing to show up every single day and giving it your all every single day as well. So it was a tough year for everybody, but I think we learned a lot as well too, which is something to look forward to next year as well.
I think too, an important thing to point out is this was a rugged schedule you had too. I mean, you've got a half a dozen teams on your schedule that are in or are on the cusp of the NCAA tournament. So it's not like, you were playing an easy schedule here. You've got a dozen games against really high caliber opponents.
100%. I mean, you look at St. Ben's that just won the MIAC tournament the first time ever, went and are in the NCAA tournament. Hamlin's in the NCAA double tournament. There's another, River Falls, obviously. Eau Claire didn't get it, but there's still a high component. Sucks that they're in our conference, too. Like, we have a tough conference as well. And again, it goes back to, we weren't getting killed by teams, too. I want people to understand that, too. Like, we weren't, besides the Hamlin loss, 9-1 loss, we weren't getting... That didn't happen again.
Right. And that was game 3?
Yeah, of the season. And, that's a big thing to look at as well. Like, we were in games, like you said, and we were right there. It's just how can we make that extra stride or push to now win those games and not be on the other side of, losing by 1 or 2. So, yeah.
Now, that St. Ben's game was crazy.
Yeah.
First one.
Yep.
I mean, that was an insane game. We
did that one.
We did that one together, and and the overtime was insane.
Yeah.
You guys were literally a crossbar away from basically, taking a game off an NCAA tournament team. I mean, and we both kind of felt like, well, they probably deserve better than they got. I mean, you didn't lose that night, but it was kind of one of those that kind of typified the year in a lot of ways. It just we couldn't get the bounce or like you said, the puck luck that we needed. We couldn't get the the goal that we needed. We got close. Taylor Marks absolutely lasered that shot, and we thought it was in at first. The light came on, then the light went off, and then that game kind of typified it for me in a way, because you guys played really well that night, and didn't get necessarily the result that you deserve, but it was one of those years where that happened a lot. It felt like,
right.
Lost some really close games against Stevens Point, for instance, and John and I were kind of texting back and forth, and I said, God, I feel horrible for Bree and the girls because, I don't know what else they have to do to get a win here. I don't know what else they have to do. I mean, she's got to be losing her mind.
Mm-hmm.
And it's one of those things where you got to kind of stay the course. And I guess that's kind of like the big overarching goal when you have a year like that, where it just feels like we're constantly going uphill, sliding back down, going back uphill, sliding back down. You just have to kind of stay the course. And thankfully, I think you guys played some of your best hockey at the end of the year. Mm-hmm. So some very competitive games that could have gone either way. And unfortunately, you had a rough draw in the first round because you had to play the 2-time defending national champs right away. Mm-hmm. But that's the kind of year it was. Right. Just didn't get any bounces. But with a young squad, you know what? Hopefully you just sit there and you say, you know what? Learn from it. Learn that we got to be better. And look to a better future.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure.
Because you have so much youth and you just got done, and you mentioned before we went live here that you're going through the exit meeting process right now with your team. How are they reflecting back on things? When you sit across the desk from them and you start talking about the year that just was, how are they reflecting on this? Because this isn't easy. Whether you're a freshman or somebody that's been around the game for 30 years, it's not easy. Mm-hmm. So how are they reflecting on it?
Depends on the player, obviously. But I will say all of them are not satisfied with how they were personally and how we did as a team. And that makes me happy that they're not satisfied, because obviously that means, over the summer and then coming for preseason, I think people are going to be ready to go and kind of prove to teams that the losses that we did have shouldn't have been losses. And so it makes me happy that they're not satisfied, but then also I kind of reel them back in and be like, well, you actually did a lot of good things, like some of the freshmen, Addie, Kendall, some of our top, even Jada, like in net and all of that, kind of bringing them back to reality and being like, well, you were put in situations that not a lot of freshmen get to do, right, or have to do. Like you're on special teams, like you're going a regular shift. Like you look back, Veda's now going to be, or is a senior, and you look back at like her days, probably freshman year, she wasn't playing much. Mm-hmm. Or Anna and Ashton, when they were freshmen, I know they didn't play much. So it's like these freshmen that don't realize that have to kind of reel them back in and be like, well, you actually did do a lot of good things that you have to reflect on and take that as a positive, but also happy that you're upset about it, because that means you're going to come back 10 times better and 10 times harder. But ultimately you have to give yourself some grace too as well. So
what does the off season look like then? Because Division III hockey has like the longest off season in the world. Yeah. And so, well, it's 8 months. It's between 7 and 8 months long, depending on when you start the next year. So, right. You're looking at a really long off season. What does that look like?
Yeah, postseason workouts are happening right now for the girls, and we're going to implement leadership meetings and kind of start next year now than when they come back after the summer, so it doesn't seem like it's that long. Like we're gonna still be doing things together as a team, talking about next year, what we want that to look like, how we bring in these new kids, how do we want them to fill certain roles that are displaced, and just kind of getting into that mindset for next year is kind of what these next at least 2 months until school's out are gonna look like. And then over the summer, again, back to the exit meetings, hopefully they're going home and working 10 times harder, because it's a brand new year. I've told all of them, wherever you ended is not where you're going to start. Whether you were on power play, penalty kill, first through fourth line, top defenseman, top goalie, you will not be there at the start of the year. So it's going to be a brand new year. And again, we only won 4 games, so everything's open and on the table. Clean slate for everybody. Yep. So, yeah.
There's something nice about that, though, too.
Absolutely.
Right? Yeah. Mm-hmm. When you have, because it's when you win 4 games in a year, that's the one thing that it does give you. A clean slate for everybody. You're going to have to reprove yourself, but that's okay. because, clearly we need to do better. So go out there and let's see what you can bring in. So, freshmen get a year older, bring in some new recruits as well. And then, it's a clean slate and everybody gets a chance to show where they belong on the team.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So speaking of bringing things in, it's a fundraising day. Great segue there, Matt. And it is a fundraising day for us here at UW Superior, and we are trying to bring in funds to enhance our sports programs. And for women's hockey, you are looking at team apparel. And again, I preface, this isn't saying that the university does not provide apparel, because they absolutely do. These are enhancement pieces. This is maybe another sweatshirt or upgrading from a regular to a hoodie or something along that line. But you were looking for some team apparel.
Yeah, and obviously the school, like you said, just gives a lot to the athletes. So it's just more so of branding it as hockey, I guess, so to say. Or I know the girls want some team shoes and just like extra things that can make the overall athletic experience a little bit better on that side.
Team shoes, like workout shoes,
yes,
pregame warm-up, that sort of thing.
Yep, and just kind of, we always obviously have our like travel suit that we wear, but I think they would like to have a little bit more of that, like like you said, team shoes, hats, things like that too, just to have a little extra of. So.
The other thing, you're looking at team travel equipment. And so there's a lot of stuff that has to make a trip when you're traveling as a hockey team, and buses, underneath buses can be a little unfriendly to equipment from time to time. So you're looking for things that can safeguard your gear as you make these trips.
Yep. We have a little box for tape right now, so trying to have a little, again, just a little extra, so that way it's not just a little organized box that we're traveling with. So just kind of stepping up the game for that, and stick bag, just little things like that. Snack bag if we have that. Just a little extra things for the girls to have on the road, just to whatever they need fuel-wise or anything like that too.
Give.uwsyellowjackets.com/SDOG is the website. Log on now and make your gift and help the women's hockey program reach its fundraising goal for this day of giving. Coach Simon, thanks for coming over.
Thank you.
We'll take a quick break and be back with more of the 2026 Superior Days of Giving Telethon benefiting Yellow Jacket Athletics right after this.
Arrive with determination.
With passion and eagerness for the opportunities ahead. Arrive with big goals for yourself.
Knowing we're here to help you build on your best.
Arrive at the University of Wisconsin-Superior with grit.
And leave with greatness.
Hey. Cut off the lights. Cut off the lights. Yeah, I perform better at night. I've been outside with the mice. Yeah, eating that chicken and rice. Right, while it was still with the mites. Okay, now it's an infinite price. If they wasn't living your life, then they shouldn't give you advice. Right, how could we honor your words? Yeah, I perform better at night. Yeah, better at night, just get up and fight wherever it takes to level the field. We breaking the rules, remeasuring heights that they try to tell us that we couldn't reach. No matter how hard that we worked, when we got this out of the dirt, pull up and lurk, pull up and make it a seam, only till they bleed and they hurt. I've been outside with the mice, yeah, eating that chicken and rice, right, while it was still with the mites. Okay, now it's an infinite price. If they wasn't living your life, then they shouldn't give you advice. How could we honor your words? We see you missing your stripes. Hey, cut off the lights. Hey, cut off the lights. Yeah, cut off the lights. I perform better at night. Hey, cut off the lights. Yeah, cut off the lights. Hey, cut off the lights. I perform better at night. I perform better at night.
We're back on the 7th annual Superior Day of Giving Telethon, benefiting Yellow Jacket Athletics. The URL across the bottom of your screen, give.uwsyellowjackets.com/SDOG, is the link where you can go and make your gift to benefit one or any of our Yellow Jacket sports programs. And it's time for us to talk some baseball here with head coach TJ Oakes. And I joked yesterday as you returned from the warmer climes of Florida after having a really nice spring trip down there to come back to 15 inches of snow on the ground, more still to come, and kind of derailing the momentum that your early season has had so far.
Yeah, obviously it's kind of expected. We're kind of used to it. You know, go down to Florida and it's 85 degrees every day, and we come back and jump off the bus in shorts and T-shirt, and it's below zero. So it's a wake-up call. It's but kind of brings you right back to reality. Kind of brings you back to the kind of one of the themes of the year is back to the middle. Can't get too high, can't get too low, just get right back to the middle, and that's kind of what we've chose to focus on as we got off the bus after Florida, and back to the middle and back to work and have a good week of practice, get ready for the weekend.
Back to the middle, but kind of want to hold on to a little bit of the high there because really good start to the season for your team. So talk a little bit about that. Honestly, from the get-go, those games against Gustavus, 2 really good ball games there, and it just kind of has carried all the way through Florida.
Yeah, so 3 out of the first 4 teams we played this year have been NCAA tournament teams last year. So I knew our guys were going to be tested early, and that was kind of by design to see where we're at. We want to be tested early, and we want to see where we're at, and we want to learn. And that's how you learn, is to play the best. So 2 really good games against Gustavus, and honestly could have had both of them, and had the second one right in our hands, and things happen, and one pitch, and all of a sudden you walk out, there were 2 losses. But bounced back and played really well against Carleton, and then the spring trip was amazing. I was so proud of the guys, and the competition that we faced was really good, and they put a complete trip together. And it was a 100% team effort. There, you look at the stats from the trip, and there wasn't one guy who just tore it up. It was, 1 through 9 in the order, and it was a ton of different pitchers who stepped up. And that's what I was most proud of. Is it was a valiant team effort, and everyone contributed, and it was awesome camaraderie, togetherness, and just they were focused on winning. And they put aside their personal wants and needs and focused on what's best for the team, and put a complete trip together and played really, really well. So I was really, really proud of them.
The spring trip is kind of interesting, too, because you've got kind of control of your non-conference schedule and everything when you're up here. You get down there, you kind of get the hand that you're dealt because you register for the event that you're going to play in, and they go, okay, here's the teams you're playing.
For sure.
So there's a little bit of a wild card there. In some years, you might get competition that isn't going to necessarily make you better. This year, you end up with a couple teams that were in the NCAA tournament. So it really worked well for you.
Yep, 100%. And I loved it when our schedule came out. It's probably the toughest schedule we've had since I've been here. But I loved it, and our guys actually loved it. Sometimes you can get a little intimidated. Man, NCAA tournament team right off the bat, and doubleheader, in 85 degrees, the heat. Like, how are you going to adjust? How are you going to be ready to go? But our guys are ready right off the bat. So it was so fun. Like this first 4 games down there against NCAA tournament teams were awesome. They felt like playoff games. Just the intensity of them, just how locked in each team was, and how every game went right down to the last pitch. And so it was an awesome test for our guys to kind of see where we're at and see what we continue to build on.
Yeah, I mean, I checked out, some of the scores, and good wins for sure. And looks like your game, like you said, contributions across the board. You've also had a couple of young guys kind of step up on the mound as well so far this year that we didn't see. Caden Corlett being one of them. He had a really good game. The freshman Monroe, he had a really, really impressive debut against Fitchburg State. But, I mean, you and I have talked about this before. This is probably your deepest and most experienced team so far. And it seems like you told me that the energy was really good from the start, different from other years. How has that kind of translated for you onto the field?
Yeah, it's been awesome. It's just a different vibe to it. We kind of have an all-in mentality this year, and I truly believe that all of our guys are all in. Not only all in on, stats and that kind of stuff, all in on the stuff that matters the most, all in on the team, and doing what you can and buying into your role to help our team be successful. I just feel like it's at another level this year, and just the guys are just buying into that fact of going all on everything they do, every single rep, every single pitch, and being all in on the team. It was just a different type of atmosphere, and just really, really proud of how they responded. And honestly, what I was probably most proud of is just every time we got punched in the mouth, we punched back. And that's something this team hasn't shown the last couple of years. Is sometimes we've gotten punched and we've stayed down, but they've responded. Husson hit a grand slam to tie the game late in the game, and when we played them in game 2, and we responded right back and put up a 3-spot. Where year past we might have been down by that and just kind of fold and lose that game. But this year it's a different vibe, different feel to the team.
Talk a little bit too, because conference season is not very far away here, and the bulk of the non-conference schedule really is done at this point.
There's a few games left, but
yeah, it's done, and you go into conference place. So UMAC competition, pretty wide open, don't you think?
Yep.
I feel like baseball, it is sort of wide open among 3 or 4 teams usually.
Yep.
But I feel like this year probably even more so.
100%. That's the best way to put it. That's across the board, and I even think like the teams that usually finish down at the bottom are getting better and better. So I don't think there's going to be any gimme wins this year, and it's going to be battle tested throughout every single weekend. And I love the fact that we start out with Northwestern right away and Bethany, and kind of see where we're at right away. Usually those teams are towards the end, and conference titles are online, all that kind of stuff. And I think a lot will be determined the first couple weeks of conference, which we're excited about.
I was just going to say, when you said Northwestern and Bethany right off the bat, yeah, those are usually the end of the year.
Yep.
And those games are going to have a lot of weight when it comes to the conference schedule, or the championship rather. But now at the beginning, you do get that, okay, now we know where we stack up in UMAC play right away.
Yep, and I love it, just the competition we face non-conference, that you're ready for that, you're prepared for that. So that's why I see it as an awesome opportunity and not necessarily a burden or challenge. Coming off the competition we played non-conference, I think our guys will be ready and prepared for it.
This is a fundraising situation for us, and the spring trip obviously is something that you have to raise a lot of money for.
Yep.
Those they're not free, they're not cheap. Everything from air travel to buses to lodging costs a lot of money, and it's gotten a lot more expensive over the years here. So that is one fundraising piece that is out of the way. Other things that you were looking to raise money for. Let's talk about the pitching machine.
Yeah, it's a small mini ball pitching machine. So it's a self-fed one, so you could be down in the cage working by yourself. I know obviously the bigger machines is you need someone to feed that. And say you wanted to go hit by yourself, you could go down there, and I think the machine holds 100, 150 mini balls, and the thing will just feed every 6-7 seconds. So you could be down by yourself getting work in. Obviously, hitting any mini balls works on eye-hand coordination and really working on tracking skills, bat-to-ball skills, the whole works. So that's a big reason we haven't had one of those, and we've had the big machines that shoot out normal baseballs. But I think adding some mini ball type stuff will really help with overall bat-to-ball skills.
Can you put the spin on that machine too, like you can on the big jug?
Yeah, it throws sliders, breaking balls, the whole works too. So it's kind of the cream of the crop of a mini ball pitching machine standpoint. So that's one reason why we're excited about potentially getting that thing.
The other piece that you're looking at is recovery and mobility equipment. So that is very vague. Talk about that.
Yeah, so what we're looking for is an Armored Heat app. It's a lot of professional teams, a lot of Division I teams are using it right now. Obviously, arm care, recovery, mobility is crucial in baseball. So basically, it's a year app, day by day, of what you need to do from a recovery, mobility standpoint to get you ready, to get you fully recovered, especially from an arm standpoint. It does incorporate the whole body, but it's more specific on arms, and obviously we know how crucial it is to keep your arm healthy. So pitchers will benefit a ton from it, but even position players who've had arm injuries or just want to maintain their arms will be crucial for them. So everyone will have access to the app if we get it. We'll have a team subscription, and it will map you out day by day of what you need to do from a mobility recovery standpoint. So the coaches that
your mind is going where mine is too.
the coaches that have it have ranted and raved about, and the reviews are awesome, and they just said it's top notch and it's cream of the crop, and guys feel really, really good from following this routine. So
I'm kind of amazed that they're like because now the old saying is what? There's an app for everything.
Yes.
There literally is an app for everything.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, that's crazy when we're talking about now funding apps. That's, man, I that's just an aside, but yeah, that is very cool though.
Yeah,
I think that's a very interesting thing. And is that like a specific company that does that? Then do they do that for like all sports, or is it like?
It's a baseball civic company. It's called Armored Heat. Yep, and they designed the app to be able to help especially pitchers, but baseball players in general just recover better. give them exercises to do, because we all have our own exercise that we do, but sometimes it gets monotonous and boring, and all of a sudden you do the same routine for a couple weeks straight and you're like, I got that down. Where this app what I've heard is just the variety of different stuff they have is awesome, and it keeps everyone engaged in wanting to do this stuff on a consistent basis. So
wow. That's incredible. I'd almost kind of want to have a test run and look at it myself.
Can a guy who's over 50 years old and gets sore just getting out of bed? Can I
can I get in on that action? I mean, wow.
We can get you in on the app.
The little push notification. You got John time to do your arm workout.
Well, that's the first time I've heard of anything like that, so that's actually really cool.
Yeah. And I imagine it's a former pitcher who came up with that.
Yeah, I would imagine so. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, then you got to get into the mechanics of it, and you got to have trainers sign off, and wow.
Yep.
That's amazing.
How would a young TJ Oaks have benefited from that?
Yeah, I think I would have loved it.
Yeah.
I was always looking for more ways to recover and be more mobile and all that kind of stuff, and did the best I could with the resources we had. But now it would be an absolute game changer. And like I said, there's so many professional athletes and professional baseball players that are using this app, and the reviews of it are awesome, and people are staying healthy and being more mobile and just getting stronger from it too. So it's crucial. So it's something aside from the weight room too. Like we all benefit from the weight room and all the arm care stuff, but it's something you can do on top of that. And it's a 10 to 15 minute daily routine. So it's not like it's going to take an hour to do this routine. It's a 10, 15 minutes, and over time the consistency of doing it will really build your arm up and keep you healthy.
Wow.
Do you want to raise money for some shovels too to help get practice covered?
That might be helpful.
Snowblower.
Just Yellow Jacket bulldozer or something. Right. Yeah. So
give.uwsyellowjackets.com/SDOG is the website. Go on and make your gift for Yellow Jacket Baseball right now and allow them to get their pitching machine and their recovery app that he will also allow me to be in on too. Coach Oaks, thanks for coming by.
Appreciate it. Thanks for the time.
We'll take a quick break and we'll come back with more of the 7th annual Superior Day of Giving Yellow Jacket Athletics Telethon right after this. We're back on the 2026 Superior Days of Giving Telethon benefiting Yellow Jacket Athletics. The website on the bottom of your screen, give.uwsyellowjackets.com/SDOG, is where you can log on and make your gift to one or all of our Yellow Jacket sports programs if you feel so inclined. And we are happy to be joined by CJ Schaffner, the head tennis coach here at UW Superior, and one of the coaches that coaches not one but two programs, and having to look out for two different programs. And I think you would probably agree we've watched the growth in not one but two programs.
Correct.
Since this guy braved the Thanksgiving storm of 2019 and became the head coach here.
Yeah. CJ's arrival was somewhat interesting because he got a very, very, I think, eye-opening experience.
I think get the rudest possible reading that you could possibly get.
Because we were anticipating the whole story is actually kind of funny because it was like, well, we just hired our new men's women's tennis coach, and then like the blizzard of all blizzards hits. And you were coming from southern Wisconsin at the time, right? Is that where you were coming from?
Chicago too.
Yeah, because you've been an assistant coach down there. Then came up here. And I think, as I recall, I think we asked you on the podcast, I think it was, which was like, how did that go for you? And you were kind of to the point where it's like, I think you said very, very like coyly, it was interesting, or you said something like to that effect, like, "Well, it was an interesting experience."
Yeah,
what am I doing?
Yeah, it's been better ever since, right? That was the worst I've seen it. So,
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, warm welcome.
Yeah, exactly. That was quite a welcome. I mean, we've had plenty of snow this year too. Which is
all the winters combined since then, though, have not.
No, that one storm was pretty. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you for braving it and not rescinding. Yeah.
I'm glad I did.
No kidding.
But since that time, I think we've seen market growth in both of his programs.
Yes.
And, lately, especially on the women's side, which has become an absolute powerhouse.
Yeah. I mean, both teams. I mean, the men were getting very well established even when CJ came in, and he's kind of continued that. But the women were still kind of feeling themselves out a little bit, trying to figure out where the program was going to go. And then CJ came in, did a really good job recruiting, and brought in some really good players. And now we expect the women to win every year too, just like we expect the men to win. So the two programs are used to hanging banners, and both teams have made NCAA tournament trips since he's been here. So that's pretty cool. Yep. And two strong teams again this year.
Yeah, it should be another good year. But yeah, the men came in pretty strong. We built really quick, and the women, it was more of a slow burn. And now we're both competing for the one spot every year. So it's really cool to see the growth throughout the last 7 years now.
You believe that?
That's crazy. Yeah,
yeah, it's been 7 years. It feels like it's just been a blink of an eye.
He was the young pup in his first college job, and now he's one of the grizzled veterans.
Yeah, now he's one of the veterans around here. Yeah.
Let's talk a little bit about the season that has been. First, structured a little bit differently, really fall heavy this year. You played a lot of matches both for the men and the women in the fall.
Yep. And it's just been nice to kind of shift in that direction because we have better weather in the fall, so we can play outside longer. And, when we get back to campus, we're a little bit limited on practice space and everything, so it's start a little slower in the spring and build into that, major April push with the conference matches, and then just, hopefully we're ready for that conference tournament in May. So, but yeah, heavy fall, and then which went really well, and now we're going strong again in the spring.
You had a tendency, because your men's team was further along. You gave them a pretty rugged non-conference schedule, and that always paid dividends when you get to UMAC play because they're ready to go. They're battle tested at that point. The women, you mentioned a little bit more slow growth, but now you're kind of testing them a little bit more too. You're not hiding from anybody, any competition on either side.
Yeah, this is the toughest women's schedule we've had since I've been here, and it'll be cool to see, especially going into the tough parts of the season here in the next couple weeks and months, to see kind of where we're at. So.
Talk a little bit about the roster makeup now on each of these sides, because your guys seem to be a little bit older, and Igor just got here and he's a senior now already. Things have moved quickly. So talk a little bit about the roster makeup, what you're looking at both on the men's and women's sides.
Yeah, it's interesting because we've usually been young, right? And then we've finally got old this year, and it's a little strange. It's a little different, but you kind of know what you're going to expect more, right? Like they've been around, they don't waver too much with their level like freshmen, sophomores tend to do. So you can really kind of go into a match, this is what we're going to get out of our men and women today, because we've seen it for 2-3 years now. So yeah, it's exciting. It's they kept me on the edge of my seat, the last couple of years, and now it's like, okay, this is what we're expecting. This is what we can get. So.
No, the men are very deep. There's a pretty deep roster there. The women aren't as deep, but a lot of quality.
Yep.
I think there's 8 or 9 of the women on the women's roster, and there's like maybe 12, 13 on the men's roster.
Yeah, 15 guys on the men's side. Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Yep.
So, numbers are a little bit split that regard, but there is no lack of talent throughout the lineup on either squad, and both teams are doing well. I mean, the trip to Florida. I mean, it looked like you guys came up with some good results there. I know you played really good competition. What did you feel about? How did you feel about that Florida trip?
Yeah, it was amazing. That experience, just as a student athlete, as a team, as a group, is just really important to the season. So you come back a different team, and whether that's on court, off court, it's just all better. And it really can make or break a season. And this year, I think it had a great impact so far. We played some good teams. We had some really good matches under the lights at the USTA National Campus, like with some amazing energy with, the women playing and the men cheering and vice versa. So just a really cool experience for them to just go kind of, be in some warmer climate and enjoy themselves for a week with no homework and just cook together, eat together, live together, and just have a good time. And it's really good for that final push here going into the last piece of the season. So yeah, really, really good trip. It was fun.
I suppose it galvanizes your group too, because you do, again, the heavier fall schedule, and then you're off for months.
Yep.
Yeah.
Where you're not playing. So being able to, before you get into the heat of a conference schedule, get them someplace where it is just them, and like you said, no classes, no homework, just get together, play, be a group and everything. It can be a real galvanizing experience before you get into conference play.
Yep, yeah, and at the end of the year too, I always ask them, like, what was their top 5 moments from the year? It's never like wins or losses, right? It's always spring break, right? Like they always just love it and they play well, they have a good time, and we just grow as a team. So it's definitely a meaningful experience, and yeah, it was good. So going into the spring, it should help us. So
as you get into the UMAC schedule now, what do you see? Because we've talked with other coaches where they look at the UMAC and go, this thing is wide open. It could be one of 5 teams that could end up winning the conference here. What do you see on the tennis circuit for the UMAC?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think it's anything can happen, right? Like coaches know going into a match, like who's kind of the favorite on paper, just because in tennis we each have our own individual rating system for players. And so you can kind of get a good idea of like, okay, this match should be close or this match shouldn't be close, or we're big underdogs here, big favorites here. So kind of helps the coaches kind of where do we pay immediate attention to during a match. But anything can happen, and that's why you play, right? So it'll be interesting to see kind of what teams have kind of taken that step. I think there are a few teams that could surprise us a little bit this spring, and just kind of it'll be interesting, right? You got to go play the matches, and anything can happen. One player can change an entire match, and it'll be fun. So yeah.
Getting away from things here before we dive into the asking part of the fundraiser. Talk to me a little bit about the relationship with the USTA, because that is something that you're very involved with and has paid some dividends up here for you, for your program, for the campus. So just talk about how all that has evolved a little bit.
Yeah, it's really evolved over the last kind of 18 months. I work pretty closely with USTA Northern, and the relationship building has been amazing in terms of like we've been able to host USTA events on campus, whether it's a Campus Kids Day or something with our college matches, and just even they've provided funding in the past for our youth lessons. So just it benefits us, it benefits our community, and it's been a really cool relationship building process, and it's not close to over, right? Like we're still kind of working with them to figure out how can we get some more maybe adult lessons going in the summer, and work with facility projects and stuff like that. So it's really cool to have that resource and be closely united with them, and just kind of work together with the governing body of tennis in the U.S., right? So it's cool, it's unique, and it's fun to kind of be connected to the Twin Cities where that hub kind of is, and really see the progress that they can help us make.
I can speak firsthand to the youth lesson thing, because I've had my son involved with that a little bit too, and it's really cool to see the people from the USTA, your student athletes, all working with the young people in the area. Really cool experience.
Yeah, no, it's been great. It's been great for everybody. Like even our players who get to learn how to coach and just be around and give back to the game that's given them so much. So yeah, it's been really incredible.
It is a fundraising day, so let's talk a little bit about what you are looking for your tennis programs. Long sleeve training shirts, definitely something needed in this climate. You just talked about the 85 degrees and everything down in Florida. A little bit of a different ball game here, and this is kind of a necessary piece of equipment.
Yeah. We just need it for our matches or training sessions outside. When hopefully we get outside here in the next couple weeks, and you don't want to be wearing a t-shirt. Like it's just one of those things that will help and just kind of make them feel just more comfortable and as a team. So yeah.
As we do record this, it does appear that the snow is melting on the outdoor courts a little bit faster than it is on the soccer field out there. So you might be able to get out there.
We'll hope those 15-foot drifts start to lower.
Yeah, exactly.
The other piece is something that a lot of coaches do here: a fall team retreat in the fall, and we already talked about you play a heavier schedule. You've got the ITAs in the fall. So what would this involve?
Yeah. Similar to what we do with spring break in the spring, right? Like it's just a time for us to be a team, be together, and really push into the next piece of our season. Anytime we can spend time together, team bonding, working on our team culture, and just working together on whether it's leadership or just on-court, off-court stuff is really important. So we try to do something every fall, and this next fall we hope to go back to the grass tennis courts in Nakusa. So just a really incredible experience. I always, when I'm talking with recruits and players, it's like, have you ever played on grass? No. Well, we do that every couple of years here is the goal, and it's just really unique to get down there. There's no fencing. It's just you're in these sand dunes and forests and grass courts, and it's just a really unique experience that you don't get in the U.S. very often. Mm-hmm. So to show that to them and just be a part of that is really cool. You see their jaws drop when we walk into this place, and it's in Wisconsin of all places.
Right.
So yeah.
I mean, people are familiar with Wimbledon, and that is a grass court major.
Yep.
But how many grass courts are there in the U.S.? You mentioned it's not very common. I mean, do you know how many there are?
I don't know off the top of my head, but it's very
clearly
few.
This is
hardcore heaven up here.
Only ones in Wisconsin, right?
Yeah.
I believe so. It's the only like public facility for sure. But yeah, there's like random like 1 or 2 court facilities in Iowa and stuff like that. So yeah, it's really unique. So. Yeah,
I was about to say that's what makes Wimbledon so interesting. Is it's the lone grass major.
Yep.
You have 2 hard courts and a clay, among the majors. But that kind of shows you also like different services are so. It's so important, in tennis. It really is. So it's always interesting to get the opportunity to go down and play on a grass court or a clay court if you get the opportunity, because most American kids don't. Right. That's just a fact.
Where's the nearest clay?
Nearest clay court, Twin Cities.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a public facility there that's pretty nice, but yeah, there's not like the red clay that you see at the French Open. It's more so the hard shoe green stuff. So yeah, but there's just to be able to have that memory forever is really cool. That's my big thing is how can we, people remember the scores to an extent, but they remember the trips, the unique opportunities when we visit Lambeau Field, when we're over in Green Bay, when we go down to Chicago and see the Bean, and St. Louis and see the Arc. So those are the kind of things that, like, hey, if we can show them something that they'll remember forever, I think that's really big for the experience. So,
core memories for sure.
Yep, absolutely.
Give.uwsyellowjackets.com/SDOG is the website. Log on now and make your gift to help the Yellow Jacket tennis teams get that opportunity to play on those grass courts in their long sleeve shirts possible. Let's just take care of all of it all at once right there. Coach, thanks for coming over.
Thanks for having me, guys.
We'll take a quick break, and we'll be back with more of the 7th Annual Superior Days of Giving Telethon benefiting Yellow Jacket Athletics right after this.
Sweet.
Welcome to the University of Wisconsin-Superior, known for top academics and a close-knit, supportive community in a region renowned for its natural beauty. Our campus sits just minutes from the western tip of Lake Superior, the largest freshwater lake in the world. It's a superior place to be. Come on, let me show you around. We'll start our tour here in the Yellow Jacket Union, the hub of campus. Here, students can study, play a game of pool, chill by the fireplace, or grab a bite to eat at one of our various dining options. Whatever you're hungry for, you'll find it here. The flags here represent our international students who make up 10% of our student body. At UW Superior, you'll make friends from all around the world. Right outside the Yellow Jacket Union is the Quad, with our 2 oldest buildings, Old Main and Erlandson Hall, on the other side. When the weather's nice, you'll always see students hanging out here, studying, or meeting up with friends.
And now I'm going to show you Swenson Hall, a popular place for students to come out and study. It's open 24 hours a day for those who get their best work done late at night. With a 14-to-1 student-to-teacher ratio, most of your classes will be in rooms like this, with professors that know you by name and are happy to work with you. Swenson is also home to our writing center and the new esports lab, where club and varsity gaming teams practice and compete, and students can enjoy open rec hours. Here we are in Barstow, home to our natural sciences department, where students participate in hands-on research alongside faculty. The Holden Fine Arts Building is home to our outstanding visual arts and music departments here on campus. Here you'll find art studios and galleries, and the Mannion Theater, a great place to catch a concert, play, or musical put on by our students.
And now we're at Ross Hawks Hall, which is just a few blocks away from campus. With 6 residence halls to choose from, there's a place for everyone. And living on campus is one of the best ways to make new friends here at UWS. In the Merkovich Wellness Center, you'll find a fitness room, weight room, indoor climbing wall, an indoor track, and much, much more. Also in the MWC is the Mertz Mortarelli Gymnasium, where you'll cheer on our Yellow Jacket athletics teams. It's not just what's on campus. Nearby lie the Twin Ports, Superior, Wisconsin, and Duluth, Minnesota, offering tons of opportunities for dining, shopping, hanging out, and enjoying the outdoors.
So come join us at the University of Wisconsin-Superior, where every day is an opportunity to learn, grow, and make your mark on the world. We can't wait to welcome you into our hive. Go Yellow Jackets!
Trying to make y'all comfortable. For the record, you ain't trying to grow, then it's done for you. For the record, lab on me going all the way. For the record, ain't trying to link, no time to waste. For the record, for the record, for the record, for the record, for the record. Been a little too nice for y'all. Now I gotta outprice y'all. Snake eyes and dice for y'all. Shoulders on ice for y'all. A6 all the hate. I'm working the ball today. Got lost in the ball and A's. I'm flipping the balls, I'm flipping the off record, I still count wins when they got it. On record, I let them take advantage. I was wildin'. On record deals. Tell them talk to Colin for the quote. On record, I still want the act, not the ghost. Trying to make y'all comfortable. For the record, you ain't trying to grow, then it's done for you. For the record, lab on me going all the way. For the record, ain't trying to link, no time to waste. For the record, for the record.
We're back on the 7th annual Superior Days of Giving Telethon benefiting Yellow Jacket Athletics. Their website is across the bottom of your screen, give.uwsyellowjackets.com/SDOG. You can log on there at any time over the course of these 3 days now of the Superior Days of Giving. It used to be just 1 day, now it's 3. So log on at any time in there and make your gift to any of our Yellow Jacket sports programs here at UW Superior. And right now we have the distinction of being joined by the newest coach in the Yellow Jacket Athletics family, Molly Stock, who is our new volleyball coach here. Welcome.
Thank you.
We haven't had the chance to have you on the podcast yet, where
we'll work up to that.
We'll work on
Can't
that.
wait.
That's a little bit
On
more
the
of an
edge of my
experience
seat.
than what you're going to get here. There'll be no rapid fire questions.
No rapid fire questions for this round.
On this one, but at the same time, welcome.
Thank
and
you.
talk about the whirlwind that has been. Because,
Yeah.
one day you're an assistant coach at UW Stevens Point, and suddenly you're a head coach for the first time. So congratulations on that. And take us through what all that was like.
Yeah, it was really fast, and it kind of all just happened at once. And I was by no means looking for head jobs at the time. I very much loved my time at UWSP as a full-time assistant, and the opportunity just kind of fell in my lap. And a lot of my mentors in my corner at the time were like, you really need to, look into this and try to see if this is a place for you. And I went through the interview process, and I loved it. And I loved being here on campus and meeting everyone. And I could already sense the feel of, small town, kind of small, close-knit community in the athletic department, and, meeting with members of the team. I could really see myself here. And then I got the job offer, and I was very happy to hear that, and I accepted it. And I've been here for almost 2 months, and I'm loving my time in northern Wisconsin. I'm a Chicago girl at heart, but I really love it up here. I loved my time in Stevens Point, and I love having Duluth right here. It's beautiful, even with all the snow. I'm so excited for the summer, and just excited for the future of the volleyball program.
I want you to go a little deeper into that, though. What made now the right time, and what made this the opportunity?
Yeah, so I've had the unique experience of actually working under 7 head coaches across men's and women's volleyball in my time as a coach, and I just figured now, with all the experience that I've had, all the coaching styles that I've been really lucky to work under, all of the student athletes I've had the pleasure of working with on the men's and women's side, it just felt right. And I really want my own program, and to really leave my own legacy, in a sense, of my own recruits and program, and I'm just really excited, and it just felt like the right opportunity. And after getting on campus and meeting with everyone, like I said, I was like, yep, this is it. And I was lucky enough to get the offer. So it just, like I said, it just kind of happened, and I really wasn't looking, but from what all my mentors have said, that's when your best opportunities are going to come. So here we are.
7 coaches, I imagine you've developed quite the notebook of, I like this, I don't like that. This is what you do, and importantly, this is what you do not do.
Right, yeah, exactly.
You've developed quite the arsenal of experiences under 7 different people.
Very much so, yeah.
There's a lot of knowledge there, I think. Probably. There's a lot of things to share and incorporate. I mean, you don't have to incorporate everything, but incorporate what works and what you think will work, and then if that doesn't work, then you try something else. That's coaching.
Yep.
Yeah.
So you haven't had an opportunity to coach this team in a match and everything. So what do you know about your team? Because I'm assuming you've watched some film.
Yep.
So you probably have seen that part of it. But what do you know about this team that you've inherited?
Yeah, well, we just started practice a couple weeks ago, which has been so much fun. We've literally had 3. Last night was our first team practice, actually. So exciting, so much fun. We are returning a lot of talent in our current roster, which I'm so excited about. Our rising junior class is definitely our heaviest class in terms of actual, student athletes, but also talent. So having them for, a couple more seasons is really beneficial. We are very lucky, I would say, in the sport of volleyball and in this conference. We can seriously compete for a conference championship every year, and that's what our goal is every year. And I could easily sense that from the girls like at the beginning as soon as I met them. So being a part of a program like that with girls that hungry and eager, like they wanted to start practice like the week I started work. And I'm like, okay, we can maybe wait a little bit.
Yeah, just like dial it back just a little bit.
Yeah,
But,
literally my first day, they're at my door. When does practice start? I'm like, hi, nice to see you.
Yeah, exactly.
Come in, sit down.
But it does show that they're excited about the change.
They're very excited and hungry, and that's all I can ask for. And they've just been phenomenal in how much they want to just, sit in my office and talk and get to know me, and I get to know them. And it's just been really healthy and natural and easy. And it's a very special group of women that I'm really lucky to be able to coach.
Yeah, there's a lot of talent coming back.
And big personalities, which I love. I learned that instantly. I was like, okay, we have a lot of energy, which I love.
Yeah.
Because that could be sometimes hard to pull out of athletes.
Right.
It's easier to have them be that way than to try to
almost
inject,
too much than not enough.
inject.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Totally.
Yeah, and it's a team that's been on the rise for a while now. That's been playing well. I mean, they've won 20 or more games now for I don't know how many years in a row.
Yeah.
Been knocking on the NCAA tournament door.
Exactly.
Yeah, so it's I mean, it's set up for success early, which is I think important. And I know that the ladies quite well. A lot of them haven't been their broadcast voice for all these years, so we'll get a chance to get to know each other that way as well.
Yeah.
But they're excited. Like I said, I've gotten to know several of them quite well, and I think that they've been itching for that chance, that opportunity, and I think they see that opportunity in front of them. And I know that for a fact they're happy to have Coach Stock now. So
it's a question I'm going to ask. It's a kind of a difficult one to be able to give a solid answer to. But this is a team that for several years has gotten to that championship game.
Yeah.
And that's where things have stalled out.
Yep.
You don't know what your team is going to be next year.
Yep.
But what do you have from what you have seen? What is the step that has to be taken to get over that hump?
Yeah.
And let's call it what it is. Get past Northwestern. To advance the NCAA tournament.
Yeah. Just from having individual meetings with the whole team before practices started and a few team meetings now, I've been told that a lot of our issues stemmed from lack of confidence. So I think just really creating an environment in the practice gym where our girls can be super competitive and they compete with each other every single day in the gym, and I'm instilling a lot of confidence in them and not trying to tear them down every day while also holding them to the highest standard. I think the more they're challenged in the practice gym with real high level, a lot of game-like speed drills, the easier it will be on the court. And I think playing a lot of harder non-conference matches as well is going to prepare us for Northwestern and other high-level opponents in our conference in order to get over that hump and actually win our conference championship match and actually proceed into the NCAA tournament. But I think it starts in the gym, and it's how you speak to your athletes and how you're uplifting them every day and empowering young women every day in the gym, and really being an advocate for them off the court as well. I think the girls, from what I heard, they just really wanted that and are really hungry for that. And I think kind of all that mixed together is gonna instill a lot of confidence in them to be very fearless in those hard moments on the court.
It's interesting. You touched on it. 20 plus wins, how many years? You're going to the conference championship game, you're above 500, you're winning, and there's a feeling of a lack of confidence. That's interesting.
Yeah. I mean, they've had a fair amount of success on the court. I think they just want more.
Yeah.
Because you feel like you get to that. Sometimes you get to that point where you're, we've gone to the conference championship game 3-4 years in a row now.
Yeah.
We're winning 20 games every year. It's that if I think it's what it sounds like, what it feels like is that there's that lack of confidence when the chips are really down.
Yeah.
Against a team like Northwestern, who has had some really deep runs in the NCAA tournament, and have hung a lot of banners, been to a Final Four, I think at least one, maybe two. That's where I think that lack of confidence might be where that lies.
Yeah.
Because we've seen them put together some really. I mean, when they beat Northwestern here last year, they looked really good in doing it.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's one, but you have to do that consistently.
Yeah.
And that's where that lack of because they know they've done it before.
Yep.
It's just a question of are you going to be able to put it all together when the chips are down.
Right.
Because it's and this is where I think also like the expectations within the entire department help because UWS as much as a small family atmosphere as it is, there's an expectation of success here.
Mhm.
You know, that the teams are going to win and go to the NCAA tournament. Like, that's what we expect. You know, that's why soccer's made it. Men's soccer's made it 8 times in a row. Women's soccer's made it 5 times in a row. You know, men's golf has gone a lot. Softball has gone 2 or 3 times in the last 3 or 4 years. You know, we expect our teams to advance to that level. And you know, I think women's volleyball wants to be on that par. They want to be up there, and they want to be one of the teams that also has hung their own banners and gone to that NCAA tournament and represented the school for their sport as well. So, you know, that's kind of one of the neat things about UWS, in my opinion.
It is our day of giving, so we are fundraising. And as the new head coach, nothing screams first-time head coach like, so how do you want to fundraise? What do you want to fundraise for?
Exactly.
So let's take a look at this. There are some things that you were fundraising for. First of all, training equipment. And we're not talking athletic training and injury prevention like that. We're talking literal practice equipment. Talk about that.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing for us is volleyballs. We need.
Yes.
We kind of need them at practice at least, and we need to, I think, get a new round or 2 of some new volleyballs for our gym, and also just essential, you know, training tools that we use. We use certain things like shovels to help with blocking in practice, which I feel like if you've never seen that in a volleyball gym, you're like, what? And they can be lethal.
That's really something. Yeah.
I will say they can be lethal. You don't want to get too close to one. So a lot of things like that, small tools like that, and like a whiteboard for our team for practice drills. And I like to do a check-in on the back of the board for like mental health and things like that to see where the girls are at every single day, and for them to write goals and for me to write goals for our team, and having kind of our own space for that. We share with the women's basketball program right now, and I'd really like to get our own for the whole team, and everyone have a designated spot on the whiteboard that's for them. And in the fall, we'll have a bigger roster, so we don't really have the space for it right now in our whiteboard. And yeah, I think just a bunch of other little like pieces of equipment that we're going to need in the practice gym going forward.
The other piece you're looking at is a preseason retreat. We've talked about a few of these already today, but what does a retreat look like for you and for your team? How do you envision that?
Yeah, I love to do something like that in preseason because it can be, you know, it's a grind. It's hot, it's summer, it's the middle of August. We're doing 2 practices a day.
Yep.
A few of these girls have never done this before, so it could be scary. There's a lot of change, a lot going on. I like to take a day that's just no volleyball, and we do some sort of team bonding event, whether that's at a camp or a type of place that will house us, and we can do team bonding activities and things like that where they have to work together. I love to do things like that because it really puts the girls, out of their comfort zone for certain type of games and drills and stuff, but also it enhances the team culture and the team, all their relationships and the bond between them. And I think doing that in preseason is super, super beneficial because it just lays the foundation for the rest of the season. And with it already being somewhat of a stressful time for most of them, I think it can be a very, relaxing day and for them to really just hang out and really get to know each other better.
give.uwsyellowjackets.com/SDOG. That is the website where you can log on now and make your gift to the Yellow Jacket Volleyball program. Coach Stock, thanks for coming by. And
Thank you.
Again.
Thank you guys so much.
We'll take a quick break and we'll be back with more of the 2026 Superior Days of Giving Telethon benefiting Yellow Jacket Athletics right after this.
Arrive with determination.
With passion and eagerness for the opportunities ahead. Arrive with big goals for yourself.
Knowing we're here to help you build on your best.
Arrive at the University of Wisconsin-Superior with grit
and leave with greatness.
Welcome to the University of Wisconsin-Superior, known for top academics and a close-knit, supportive community in a region renowned for its natural beauty. Our campus sits just minutes from the western tip of Lake Superior, the largest freshwater lake in the world. It's a superior place to be. Come on, let me show you around. We'll start our tour here in the Yellow Jacket Union, the hub of campus. Here, students can study, play a game of pool, chill by the fireplace, or grab a bite to eat at one of our various dining options. Whatever you're hungry for, you'll find it here. The flags here represent our international students who make up 10% of our student body. At UW Superior, you'll make friends from all around the world. Right outside the Yellow Jacket Union is the Quad, with our two oldest buildings, Old Main and Erlandson Hall, on the other side. When the weather's nice, you'll always see students hanging out here, studying, or meeting up with friends.
And now I'm going to show you Swenson Hall, a popular place for students to come out and study. It's open 24 hours a day for those who get their best work done late at night. With a 14-to-1 student-to-teacher ratio, most of your classes will be in rooms like this, with professors that know you by name and are happy to work with you. Swenson is also home to our writing center and the new esports lab, where club and varsity gaming teams practice and compete, and students can enjoy open rec hours. Here we are in Barstow, home to our natural sciences department, where students participate in hands-on research alongside faculty. The Holden Fine Arts Building is home to our outstanding visual arts and music departments here on campus. Here you'll find art studios and galleries, and the Mannion Theater, a great place to catch a concert, play, or musical put on by our students.
And now we're at Ross Hawks Hall, which is just a few blocks away from campus. With 6 residence halls to choose from, there's a place for everyone. And living on campus is one of the best ways to make new friends here at UWS. In the Merkovich Wellness Center, you'll find a fitness room, weight room, indoor climbing wall, an indoor track, and much, much more. Also in the MWC is the Mertz Mortarelli Gymnasium, where you'll cheer on our Yellow Jacket athletics teams. It's not just what's on campus. Nearby lie the Twin Ports, Superior, Wisconsin, and Duluth, Minnesota, offering tons of opportunities for dining, shopping, hanging out, and enjoying the outdoors.
So come join us at the University of Wisconsin-Superior, where every day is an opportunity to learn, grow, and make your mark on the world. We can't wait to welcome you into our hive. Go Yellow Jackets!
Back on the 2026 Superior Days of Giving Telethon benefiting Yellow Jacket Athletics. The website at the bottom of your screen, give.uwsyellowjackets.com/SDOG. Now you can log on there and make your gift to any or all Yellow Jacket athletic programs, including the department itself. There's facility projects in there as well, and every individual team. And it is time now to go to the ice for the first time. And we are joined by Yellow Jacket head men's hockey coach Rich McKenna. And you know, we spent some time on this, doing the fundraising piece also, you know, that's the crux of everything today. But we also spent some time with a little bit of a synopsis of the season, and I've been dreading this one because
I'm gonna step back here and just let you two talk this out.
I've been dreading this one because I've had enough conversations with him since the season ended to know that things didn't exactly go according to plan.
No, it was a good year in certain aspects, and other aspects, like, you know, I thought we could build off of last year a lot more than what we did. And, you know, it just, that's we think we found what the problem was or instances where we failed and what we could do better. Like I thought the senior class did what they could. I thought we lost a little bit of our identity. It was a much more skilled team this year. But I was telling the guys, every place has the way that place wins. Every program, and I think we lost a little bit of our identity this year. We went a little bit more on skill than kind of being the big bad team from the north, and trying to get our penalty minutes down a little bit. But you know what? We just need to have a better PK and keep the penalty minutes up, because I'll never make that mistake again.
Well, every year is different. I mean, we talked about this with some of the other coaches as well. It's never, you want it to be linear and you want the progression line to go up, but that's not reality most of the time. I mean, there's always there's always going to be bumps in the road, little valleys that you hit, and then you have to try to find a way to get back up on the mountain and go toward the peak. And that's a lot of I know analogies I just made there and metaphors, but that's really what it is.
Yeah.
It's just everybody wants it to be linear. Mm-hmm. And you can guess linear just based on things like papers and stats and guys returning and all that stuff, but that's not reality.
Yeah.
Yeah, reality, I mean, there's other things that go into it as well. So
if it were linear, my golf score would go down every time I play.
Yeah. But it's not, I mean.
It's always like this.
That's not life. That's not sports, and so.
Well, I keep climbing the mountain on my golf score, so it just goes straight up.
The numbers keep getting bigger and bigger.
Yeah.
But it's just not, especially in a team sport, that's just not how it goes.
Right.
I mean, if you're in an individual sport, you might be able to, be a little more linear because you know what it takes. But with a group of guys, it's different, and gals for that matter.
Yeah, we just did some things this year and kind of a little bit of a death by 1,000 paper cuts at times. And whenever we felt we got it going in the right direction, the next obstacle hit, and it just is what it is. I thought our last 3 games were our best 3 games of the year, in all honesty. It was that year. Like, we had to take a step back to take 2 steps forward.
Injuries were a big part of it this year as well. I mean,
we had the injury
you had
bug.
your ideal lineup for a period and a half this year.
Yep. So
in the second game of the season, for the first period and half of the second, you had your ideal lineup before the injury bug really came and hit. So in some ways that played a role, because you constantly had to be flexible, or nimble, I guess is a better word, to try and just figure out how you were going to get that group of individuals to play the way you wanted to play, and it never really got on track.
Yeah, and the guys were, like Colin Pedersen, like he tried to come in, he could play 1 game, and then like we had to sit him for the next game, and then so you're slotting guys in, it's tough to get into a rhythm. Injuries were a factor too this year, but regardless, we have to do, like myself and the rest of the staff have to do a better job of making sure we're playing to our identity, making sure we don't lose who we are and what makes us successful. We went through stretches this year where our penalty kill couldn't stop one. And then our penalty kill became awesome, and our power play tanked, and then it was this and it was that. Like, it was a lot of kind of just plugging holes at times, and then your guys are coming in and out of the lineup, and you're trying to do all of that. So it was a great learning experience this year for sure.
I asked Greg the same question, or a question earlier. I'm going to ask you the same one right now. So men's basketball, very young team, and he did a lot of teaching in addition to his coaching. You, very veteran team, you would like to think you didn't have to do as much teaching as maybe you would have to when you have a very young team. I asked Greg, so through that whole process, the players obviously learned. What did he learn in that process for you? What did you learn?
Go young. They're hungrier. No. Like I said, like, it wasn't a team that we just never did anything great, but we never did anything bad, if that makes sense. Like, we were a very we were an above average team in a lot of key categories, and we were an average team in the most important categories, if that makes sense. So again, it you know, what we learned for the biggest thing was like, you know, again, I thought building off of last year, coming in, it's a 3-year cycle, right, or a 4-year cycle, like these seniors that are going into like the junior classes become seniors now, right? They had a terrible first year, and then we rattle it off. And then this year, like, I think the biggest thing they learned was how important culture is and identity is, and the standard that needs to be kept no matter what. And I think that's the first part of any successful program, is the culture. Not saying the culture slipped or anything like that, but that's been a big factor and focus for the next little bit. Going out, got to get, you know, players, get some players that maybe a lot of other teams aren't even going to be looking at, because it's what we need, if that makes sense. So like, I would say culture is probably the number one thing that we're going to focus on. Like, that's what we learned, or I learned, like, kind of felt we're going to build from last year to this year, and maybe we didn't dive in deep enough into certain things because I don't want to use the word assumed, because we know how that saying goes, but assumed that certain standards are going to be kept right away. And we probably should have went a little bit deeper than we did last year to show the why. So.
You got nothing?
Well, I mean, there are different aspects of culture, you know. And, you know, Rich was saying that, you know, not to say culture is bad, but, you know, we lost a little something. Culture, to me, I mean, if you look at the overarching thing, is, do the guys get along? Do they, you know, all that kind of stuff. That's one part of culture. But another part of culture is realizing what it takes to be successful as a group as well.
And we get along too well.
Yeah, I mean, and sometimes you need that little edge, you know what I mean? Like,
and
that's, yeah.
Losing Raz, Franny, Holmesy, they brought that edge. And there was kind of a no tolerance for, like, not winning puck battles. Like, a good culture has man-to-man or player-to-player accountability. And I think that's something that we might have overlooked a little bit this year. Like, it was just a little bit, oh, you'll get it next time. And there is no next time.
Yeah.
That's the time to point it out right then and there. And, you know, it's just awesome when you learn all of this after the fact, and it's like, well, we could have helped you guys a little
information
bit more.
that could have helped me earlier.
Yeah. So,
But I mean, that's also part, because I think this was I can't remember which coach it was. It was it was one of the Hall of Fame basketball coaches, but he said, when you stop learning as a coach, then you become a bad coach, because you think you've got it all figured out. And the fact of the matter is, you never do. You know, I mean, to be successful, you have to continually learn as well as well with your players and with the staff and everything else. Yeah. Because of the minute that you stop learning, it might have been even John Wooden, as far as I don't know. I think it might have been him, because he had a ton of quotes. But anyway, he said, you know, I never stopped learning about the sport of basketball from the time that I started to the time that I retired, after all those championships and everything. Because if you do that, then you're literally
and
you're
it
asking
took
for
him
it.
10 years to win his first one.
Yeah, exactly.
So like, it's not easy to do, and it's important, and it's the most important thing, and it's, you know, going to be a major focus for us.
Yep.
And you get an opportunity, though, for a bit of a reset, I guess, because you had a big senior class.
Yep.
And you lost guys who played a lot of key minutes and carried the mail for a long time. So you get an opportunity to kind of reset on the fly here a little bit with what should be a pretty good-sized freshman class, but you have a chance to bring in some impact right away and shift things immediately.
Yeah, exactly. Like, you know, what is the saying? It's not a rebuild, it's a retool.
Sure.
So we're getting into that realm here right now. We're going after a couple of guys that I think could be significant in contributing offense and all that other stuff, because we didn't score as much this year as we scored last year. So there's that, but then like there's also that identity piece where it's like there's competition now. When we take the ice next year, my goal is to have competition. Like, listen, if you think you're a goal scorer, well, then you're going to go up against all the other guys that think they're a goal scorer and let the best 6 win.
Right. Yep.
You think you're a PK guy or a hard-nosed culture guy, like whatever, like plays identity's the number one thing, then you're going to go against these guys and may the best 6 win.
Yep.
And then, and keep to our identity and our structure and all that other stuff. But, we'll be bringing in a goalie this year. Like we haven't had to do that in a long time. So that there's going to be new competition in that position. We lose. We have to rebuild our entire left side on defense. Well, that's competition now. We had right shot D playing on the left side this year. Now it's the right shot D versus the right shot D. It's the left D versus the left D. May the best 6 win. Up front we're a little bit we're a little bit fat up front right now. Well, returners have the overall cheat sheet of what we're looking for and what we need to do because they're living it right now. But then you have the freshmen come in being like, well, I'm here for your job.
Yep.
So inter-squad competition with a good culture and accountability, you have a recipe for success.
Time now to take a look at the fundraising aspect, and the big ticket item for you is video editing software. I know you're a coach who enjoys his video, and you clip a lot of video and you throw a lot of different things at your guys, so talk a little bit about that.
So we're in the process now of kind of just looking at things. The video editing systems and analytic systems it's an industry that's kind of popped from pro sport all the way down. This year, like we've gone with this one company that was fantastic, but they were bought from another company. So then we had to buy our package from the company that bought that company that we used. So we had our video from the previous year. I'm not going to name names. That company's not good. I don't like that company. It's
Corporate mergers.
Stuff's not turned over fast enough, whatever. So then we bought an additional system so I could just do it on myself. So this year we're looking to kind of get, now that we have that video from last year and I know it's not going anywhere, we can then get the right company that has the stuff that we're looking for, can turn it over fast enough, because there's nothing worse than having to cancel a meeting because you have no video to show, which we didn't have to. That's why we bought the safety net. So like we had 2 different systems this year, and I want to get back to streamlining it. Just one system like we used to have, and be able to kind of, build the guys up individually and as a team.
Give.uwsyellowjackets.com/SDOG is the website. Log on now and you can help the men's hockey program raise the money that they need for their video editing software, which hopefully leads to more W's.
More wins.
More
That's the
wins
whole game plan.
in 26-27. We'll take a quick break and we'll be back with more of the 2026 Superior Day of Giving Telethon benefiting Yellow Jacket Athletics right after this. We're back on the 7th annual Superior Days of Giving Telethon benefiting Yellow Jacket Athletics. The website is at the bottom of your screen, give.uwsyellowjackets.com/SDOG. And that is where you can log on and make your gift to any of the sports programs or facility projects or athletics in general here at UW Superior. And right now we are turning our attention to cross country and track and field with Glenn Drexler, the head coach, joining us. And recently here, another banner, another championship trophy coming to the trophy case. Congratulations to you and the men's program.
Thank you, guys.
It's a decade straight now.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, 10 years in a row. So,
wow. Yeah.
I'm not sure, were you aware of that, or was that just something that you don't keep in?
I kind of was, but not something we'd focus on. But
okay.
It's good. I mean, it's good for our team, good for our crew, and good for our alum, and good for the institution, of course. But on to the next, man. We got to go to work because we got to start the outdoor season right away.
Busiest coach on campus right here with us.
Yeah.
Technically 6 teams.
Without a doubt, 6
Yeah.
teams. So the, from the middle of August to the beginning part of June, it's nonstop.
Yep.
Because there
truly
really is not a break.
No, Glenn is the coach who truly does not get any break at all.
Yes.
So, always good to see you, though, and like I said, congratulations.
Thank you.
Women actually had a pretty good meet as well.
Yeah, they had a strong meet. And I always say it, and I'll keep saying it, they tend to overperform, overexceed their expectations, and it's always fun to see that because they're hungry, and it's fun to watch them go to battle. So, yeah, it's good.
Let's talk a little bit about the year so far. Let's go all the way back to the fall with men's and women's cross country and the men's team again raising a banner there as well. But talk a little bit about how that season went on both sides of things and how from the start of the year to getting to that championship, how things grew and just, the synopsis of the season.
Yeah, it's funny. I think back. It's hard, man. It's been a long couple months or whatever it's been. But no, it was one of those seasons where it was we had fairly high expectations on both sides, but it was going to be a fragile existence. We had a very thin roster on both men and women, and we did a pretty good job for the most part, of holding them together. The women had a few less bodies to be able to run the championships like we wanted to, and that ended up showing up in the results too. We dropped a little bit further than we prefer. The men were, they still stayed together long enough to put together a nice score and to finish strong, and that was good with that championship. So, like I said, now our job is to reload with some healthy, fresh, young bodies and get some freshmen in there and help us continue to build and be strong.
Injuries are part of the deal.
Yeah,
I mean, we see it every single year, and the injuries are one thing, but when thinking of your women, when it affects your top runners, that's a really difficult blow to overcome.
Yeah.
On the cross country crew, when you lose a Simone Stevens, that's a tough one.
Yeah, that's hard, man. As cross country goes the way it's scored, with first place being 1 point, I mean, your top runner, if they're in that 1 to 3 range, that takes a considerable load off of your team if you can have somebody finish there. And our first finisher is still not quite there, and maybe out of the top 10 now you're adding exponentially to your score, and it's hard. So yeah, next year we're hoping to bounce back and have a nice strong crew. We've got a good crew of basically upperclassmen at that point with Simone and Lily coming back, and even some of our younger class underclassmen that are there returning. A lot of promise there. So, and our freshmen that are coming in that we've got kind of pegged for incoming recruits. Looks like a good, strong team. So we're pretty excited about what's coming. Like I said, now it's just a matter of making sure that we stay healthy again. So
go from there now to the indoor track and field season, and we get the luxury of being able to see your team not once, not twice, 3 times, because you host your 2 meets, and then you are the perennial hosts of the conference championships here, and the indoor season again went very, very well.
Yeah, and it's weird because it seems like it's a marathon season. It's a long season because we start in December and we end in March, and so it's a long year for them. But they did a good job of really staying focused and getting their jobs done, staying healthy. We would take some time off throughout the course of the season, kind of wind them down a little bit so they wouldn't get hurt. We're learning lessons throughout the course of this thing, and having our team, basically primed for that conference championship was pretty awesome. They were itching to compete, and they showed what they were ready to do when they had the opportunity in conference championships. So, yeah, long season, but really impressed with their stick-to-itness and ability to be strong throughout. It's awesome.
Well, the other thing is that most of those indoor athletes, in fact, all of them have to turn over now to outdoor as well. So it's not just about, you wrap up the indoor and that's it. Because, in the weeks that come up, you've still got another qualifier. There's a last chance qualifier that comes up after the UMAX, and then you go into the outdoor pretty much right after that.
Even though you're still practicing indoors.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, funny you say that because, right after indoor championships, there's only a handful that go on to indoor qualifiers. The rest have already transitioned to outdoor. So I got kids that are indoor, I got kids that are outdoor, and we got things going on all over the place at practices.
Right.
And it just depends on where you are on that schedule, really. I mean, and national list too. So it's a weird situation because a lot of people, we give them some time to kind of reset. And so they're kind of shutting down a little bit while other people are still ramping up. And
it's like controlled chaos.
It's sometimes hard for us coaches too to really who am I talking to right now? Because where am I supposed to be as far as my energy levels to make sure that I've got them where they need to be, but yet can still kind of let these people back off a little bit so they can recover and start over again. So it's weird at times, really weird.
Well, because you got to switch gears. Depending on
constantly.
Depending on who it is that you're talking to, and what events that they're running and all that. Like you said, there's that final qualifier for people who have not qualified or might be able to qualify.
Yeah.
And then you've got the rest of the squad we got to rest up a little bit because now we got to gear up for outdoor.
Yeah.
So, and they might be running different distances, slightly different distances in the outdoor than they do in the indoor. It's just, it's a very strange set of events, which is why I kind of refer to it as controlled chaos, because there's just you have to be able to switch gears quickly.
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah.
What does the outdoor season look like then? Obviously, meets are coming up despite what happened weather-wise here in the last couple of weeks. Meets are just around the corner for the outdoor season. So give us a little bit of a sneak preview on that.
Yeah, well, the other odd thing about going from indoor to outdoor is indoor, you count on it. You know it's going to happen. It's indoors. I mean, as long as you can get to the facility, you're going to have a competition. Outdoors a little different. I mean, if it gets canceled, it gets canceled. We don't make that up.
Right.
So in a very short outdoor season prior to conference, we got to rely that it's going to happen, and this is always the funny joke. The first meet of the year, we're going to St. John's. It's called the Optimistic Open for a reason, because we all hope it may happen, but it may not. And so if that one doesn't happen, we're short by a week of competition, less qualifying opportunities, less opportunities to compete in general. So it's a little dangerous from that aspect. But the season that we have, we've got, a bunch of good meets listed out there to be able to get to, some short weeks, some long weeks leading into conference. We get to host our first outdoor home meet, and then outdoor championships in many, many, many years, 20 plus years. So very excited for all of that to start happening too. So long story short season, but very exciting season. Should be a lot of fun.
I was going to ask about that too, because 23-ish, 24-ish years
Conference championship?
since there's been.
Or
the conference championship goes back to the 90s. I
Well, no,
believe,
that was 2000.
2000, okay.
Yeah, so
'Cause
the
that
20
was a really cool day.
That was an intro. Well, it was.
You've told me
warm
stories
day
about that
one,
day.
cold day two.
Yes.
Everybody talked about how great it was in Superior on day one, and then the weather shifted and it got crazy. That was championship in 2000 or something like that.
Yep.
But our last home meet, yeah, that was probably at least 20 some years since we've hosted an outdoor meet on campus. So exciting.
Excited about that? Because
Yeah.
I know it's also stressful
Well,
for
yeah, I
you
mean,
when
yeah.
you're wearing the hat of
If
coach
you're going to
and
say that,
meet
sure.
director.
Yeah,
So
No, you're right. Exciting that we're going to do it, and I know our kids are going to really enjoy it. I know we're going to put on a good event and a good meet for those who come. Of course, that's all I've been thinking about since the track finally got finished was, all right, now what do I got to do to have this ready to go?
Right.
Which is a lot. I mean, it's just a matter of making sure that we've got all the people, the personnel, the officials, the workers, the equipment, the right stuff. We've been to meets where, races have started and the steeple barriers aren't in position. And it's like, those are things that haunt me at night, that are keeping me up at night. It's going, well, I got to make sure I got somebody there to push the barrier in place, or I got to push hurdle, have the hurdles at the right height. And then to make sure that, all that's going on throughout the course of the throws area, the jumps area, the track itself. So, yeah, it's, track, indoor track is easier. It's all confined within that little building, and, you're never more than 150 meters away from anything. And you go to outdoor track, and it's, literally could be,
sprawling
hundreds of meters away from anything. So it's, yeah, thanks for that, by the way. No, we're going to be good. It's going to be exciting, and I'm excited to do it. But yeah, it's a big deal. It's a big deal.
How's the? I want to ask this question. Since the last time we spoke with you, how's the throws construction going?
It's coming along.
Okay.
It's coming along. Yeah, we're very close to being ready to go, and it'll be nice. Yeah.
Okay, because I know
Speaking of being several hundred meters away.
Well, because I remember we talked about this during the fall a little bit on the podcast, is that we were optimistic that it would get done in time, but it sounds like everything went according to plan because we were. It's like it was a little bit up in the air, but now it sounds like it's pretty close.
We're getting there. Yeah, we got a few things to wrap up yet, but we'll get there.
Okay.
We obviously have a fundraising bent to everything we are doing today before we get into the needs of your programs. Also, it seems like we'll be in a constant state of raising money for the facilities because, yes, they get built, but then there's additional things that need to be fundraised for. There's maintenance, because you have to maintain these things. And you have a couple of different facilities with the throws area, with the track. Before we get into any of that, the track named after Dan Conway. Talk about that.
Yeah, just really special especially for those of us who got to spend time with Dan over the years and get to know him. Hall of Famer here at UWS, just a wonderful person for a lot of reasons, but just a great human being most of all. Yeah, just really blessed to have the track named after somebody like that. Somebody that I've looked up to since I moved to town and into the area. Who's been just a real guiding light to the running world, the track and field world. But like I said, just to teach me how to be a better human and teach those that were around him better human. But to name the track after him is pretty awesome. Pretty excited to be able to do that.
Legendary in the running world.
Absolutely. Yeah. So blessed to have that opportunity to have that kind of support and from those alum, from those supporters of Dan and our program. So really great to have that.
Let's take a look at the fundraising needs now, because you obviously have many teams that go a bunch of different ways. So we'll start with cross country, and I think every year I kind of say you're the godfather of the team retreat because you were kind of the first coach that brought that here. And every year you're looking for money to have that experience prior to that cross country season. Yeah,
it's just a great opportunity to get together and build a family. More so than anything else. I don't always need them to come back to run, but man, to come back and become a family is important. And those are the moments that we get on those retreats. Wherever they are and wherever they may look like, it's the same goal is to build a family and build a culture, a team. So it's a pretty special moment for those few days that we get to do those things, and this this funding helps that a lot. We probably wouldn't be able to do the kind of things that we do without it. So we really appreciate those things.
And you talk about that particular retreat, and you know the central piece of that seems to always be the meal.
Yeah.
So talk about the importance of that
Yeah.
particular meal, because it's got some pretty cool aspects.
Yeah. So I mean, the one that I like to do is one where we dump food on the table and we're all sharing it together, and you know, sharing bread right off the table as one. And it's got mixed reviews from team who've moved on, like, oh, I hated that because I didn't want to touch somebody else's stuff. But that was part of what made it great, you know, because you were truly had to be close to these people if you wanted to be able to not only, you know, break bread from a, you know, philosophical standpoint, but from a physical literal standpoint of touching, you know, that piece of corn, and there we grab it for the same time. Oh no, you can have that one, and that means something, because you cannot be close if you can't do that. So it kind of forces them into some uncomfortable positions. We do similar meals regardless of whether it's that meal or not, but again, coming around a table together as a celebratory moment, it just means just as much as whether you're eating, you know, from a plate or from the table. There are special moments that we bring up about that. So it's that meal is important, though, that for sure.
The other piece for cross-country recovery tools.
Yeah, and we need stuff to keep us healthy, you know, obviously, and so we learn more and more each day, each year about how we can better take care of ourselves, and some of these tools are just really useful to help us do those things. So whether they're recovery sleeves or massage guns or whatever they are, they're very helpful to keeping us vertical. That's just our goal, is to stay vertical. So yeah, those are special tools that help us do what we need to do.
Flipping over to track and field, meet travel equipment.
Yeah.
So I'm assuming we need cases and we need things to haul implements.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, exactly. That's exactly it. I mean, we have, you know, we'll find drain tiles to put our poles in. We'll find, you know, cases, tool cases to put shots and hammers in or whatever. But sometimes when we can get stuff that looks like we own it, you know, it's branded a little bit, it's kind of more fun. You know, these are the bonus pieces that we get to look at doing. So whether it's a pole bag for pole vaults that has our name and logo on it, and we're driving down the highway and everybody can see it, that's pretty cool. Versus just a drain tile, like, what the heck is that? You know, all that kind of stuff. So stuff that we can use that'll help just enhance the experience for the athletes and be able to be proud of where they're coming from, who they are, and what they're carrying around. So, yeah.
And the other piece there, championship meet team meals. So
Yeah.
back to the food.
Yeah. Same type of deal. You know, pre-meet. You know, we host indoor championships last I don't know how many years, right?
10 years.
And, Yeah, well, for sure. And when we're on the road, you know, being able to go to a meal together before, you know, day 2 or even day 1. Having some of those meals together kind of brings us together for a moment between events, between days. When we're at home, I could very easily tell them, you go get your meal, and they spread out, and they kind of lose track of who we are as a group for that moment. This is a chance for us to really hold on to who we are, saying, hey, everybody else is on the road. We're on the road too. Let's take care of each other. Let's have that moment to talk about what happened today, what's going to happen tomorrow, and how we will stay together, right? Because it's, like I said, distractions can be easy in a championship weekend where mom and dad are in town, and we love that. But if the first thing they do is try to find a way to get out, to get away with their family, and they forget about what we're trying to do, it's nice to have that meal as just kind of a grounding moment to say, hey, we're still a team here. We've got to get some work done.
Give.uwsyellowjackets.com/SDOG is the website. Log on now and make your gift to any or all of the cross-country and track and field programs. Coach, thanks for coming by.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
We'll take a quick break and be back with more of the 2026 Superior Days of Giving Telethon benefiting Yellow Jacket Athletics right after this.
Thanks.
done trying to make y'all comfortable. For the record, you ain't trying to grow, then it's done for you. For the record, lab on me going all the way. For the record, ain't trying to link, no time to waste. For the record, for the record, for the record, for the record, for the record. Been a little too nice for y'all. Now I gotta outprice y'all. Snake eyes and thanks for y'all. Shoulders on ice for y'all. A6 all the hay. I'm working the ball today. Got lost in the ball and A's. I'm flipping the balls, I'm flipping the off record, I still count wins when they got it. All record, I let them take advantage. I was wildin'. All record deals. Tell them talk to Colin for the quote. All record, I still want the act, not the ghost. For the record, I'm done trying to make y'all comfortable. For the record, you ain't trying to grow, then it's done for you. For the record, lab on me going all the way. For the record, ain't trying to link, no time to waste. For the record, for the record.
We're back on the 2026 Superior Days of Giving Telethon benefiting Yellow Jacket Athletics. The website at the bottom of your screen, give.uwsyellowjackets.com/SDOG, is where you can log in and make your gift to any of our Yellow Jacket sports programs, or maybe one of the facility projects that's going on, or just the department in general, and we will disperse funds and wherever they are most needed is what a lot of people tell us when they give directly to the athletic fund. But we're not talking about that right now. Instead, we're shifting to lacrosse, and this is new for us because
this is new, yeah.
This is a new program on campus, the newest varsity program, and we're joined by Hilda Newton and the head coach of the Yellow Jacket women's lacrosse program, which will start a year from now. So next spring, when Mother Nature lets the snow finally melt and the field is cleared off, we will have women's varsity lacrosse for the first time. So new ground being broken for us, and I think definitely new ground for you, Coach, because suddenly you are building a program from scratch. So take us through that a little bit, because you literally start from ground zero.
Yeah, my first day I got here, I looked around in my office and there was absolutely nothing. So think of all the things.
What am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to be doing here right now?
It's like, where do you start there? So think about uniforms, think about all the equipment you need to order, think about nets, think about learning how to string nets and then hiring people to do it when you don't know how. So there's a lot to that.
I'm thinking, hey Siri, how do you start a?
Yeah, going to AI like Chat GPT.
Starting a college lacrosse team. What do I need to do?
Tell me how I'm supposed to do this. Yeah.
A lot of calls to other coaches being like, what do I even need?
Right.
What are the things that you don't use in your equipment closet? What are the things that I need to get for our girls? And it's a lot of questions, and I'm slowly figuring it out, but it should be all good.
So how has it been now? You've been on the job here for, it's less than a year, but obviously very involved in not just ordering equipment. We'll talk a little bit about some of that later on, but the recruiting process, because you have exactly 0 players when you walk into that office on day one. So what has the recruiting process been like?
It is nonstop, 24/7. I am traveling to every local tournament possible. I have been on the road, so luckily last fall I was in Florida at President's Cup, which is one of the largest recruiting tournaments. Pretty great to travel to Tampa.
Right.
On the company dime, sure.
Yeah, it was awesome. Exactly. It was a great trip. Literally every single day I'm in contact with one of my recruits, hoping to get more and more numbers every day, because can't grow unless there's kids here.
Right. What's the ideal roster number?
The ideal roster number is sitting around 20 to 25.
Okay.
So.
And so as we record this in the middle of March 2026, we are sitting with...
So we have, for the class of 2026, we have 10 full recruits. And then for the girls on campus, which I've been working with starting yesterday, we have 10 there. So we're sitting at 20 for our first roster.
Okay. How do you sell a program that doesn't exist yet?
Basically that. Everything's new and everything's going to be whatever you want it to. So girls always come and ask me, what's your culture like? And I'm like, well, that's a great question. What culture do you want to have? Because that's the opportunity we have there. We don't have to fix something. We just get to build whatever will make us better and stronger. So.
Yeah, I mean, this is the first time that we've had a coach on campus that's, other than like club soccer,
right,
and club hockey, that's literally starting a full varsity program from scratch. So this is literally brand new territory. You know, and in the case of, you know, the club teams, you know, there was sort of a base there because you've already got, you know, some of the facilities that you need. You know, like club soccer gets to play over at, you know, the soccer stadium right away. You know, some of those guys, you know, have either kicked the ball around with UWS players before or know them well. Same thing with you know, the hockey guys. Some of the hockey guys know the varsity guys and so on and so forth. But with lacrosse, this is literally a brand new sport, not just, you know, a team that, or a squad that is not completely related, but somewhat related to other teams on campus. Lacrosse is a brand new venture for this university. So you're literally starting from an area where not much is known about it, especially on this campus. I mean, lacrosse is obviously expanding at a crazy rate, which is good. But it's hard to start up something on a campus that really doesn't know anything about lacrosse or hasn't really been familiar with lacrosse. How's that process been for you?
It's been very entertaining because there's things I'll bring up
I wasn't
to
expecting entertaining.
everyone at our like budget meetings where I'm like, oh, so we actually need netting behind the nets. And they're looking at me and they're like, okay, why? And I'm like, well,
Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. Like
we don't have boards like hockey does. So when you miss
Yeah.
a shot, that thing is
ball's gonna
going
go forever.
Yeah, it's gone. You can't find it. Luckily, ours are yellow, so hopefully they'll stand out. But yeah, it's an adventure to say the least, and not only growing the sport at this university, but also growing it in the community is like our biggest, or at least my biggest goal, so that these kids know that there's opportunities after high school and after youth that they can come to UWS and play.
I know that the lacrosse community in Duluth and Superior is growing quite rapidly right now, so that must have also been a little bit of a help for you as well.
Yeah, right away, I think within my first 2 weeks on campus, those coaches were reaching out, which has been awesome, and I've been able to go to all their local things and try to support them, and then hope in return they'll come and support us.
Let's talk a little bit about the fundraising piece, because we touched on it earlier when we originally put out the call for, okay, what our individual program is going to be fundraising for. Yours came in and it basically said stuff, because you need a lot of things when you are starting a program from scratch, and there is obviously a budget for this. You know, there is a line item from the university standpoint, but it doesn't cover everything. So talk about some of the things that you need to come up with. You've touched on some of it already, but there are definitely needs when you're starting a program anew like this.
Yeah, just beyond equipment and all that, like our travel budget. I don't know if you guys are super familiar with the WIAC, but we do have Colorado College in it for women's lacrosse. So Colorado from here is about a 16-hour bus ride. That is an expense.
Half of which is across Nebraska.
Yes.
Yes, exactly. Yeah,
so
correct.
Pretty exciting bus route that we get to do our first year, and in hopes of that, with our fundraising, we would love to do like an excursion and get the girls to go see a different part of the country, because we're only in our little bubble so much. We travel to like the Midwest and some Twin Cities schools, but for them to go see something entirely different and get out and explore, that is a huge part of what we're trying to grow, to not only just overall boost the experience for these student athletes and also have great memories along the way.
The Colorado trip was the big ticket item that is being fundraised for, because that's a conference opponent, but definitely outside the typical conference footprint. So I imagine with them being in the WIAC, you're looking at, this is going to be every couple of years, you're going to have to bring in some pretty big dollars to be able to make that trip.
Yeah, and make it fun.
Right. Yeah.
Make it worthwhile
Yeah.
instead of just going to play a game and then we're going back.
Yeah, our goal is to play a game on the road and then play on Sunday.
Okay,
then
so
we'll
make
get
two games out of
yep.
it. Yeah. That makes sense, and you see that a lot.
It's a long way to go for one game.
It is, and you see a lot of teams that I think do that. Especially you'll see it. We've seen it in soccer in the beginning of the year with a lot of teams, especially if Joe is or Nick is going to schedule a team that is from Iowa or Illinois that come up. They'll play St. Scholastica one day and then they'll play us the next day, or they'll flip-flop it or whatever it is. I think Loris did that a couple times. Loris came up and played back-to-back. Because when you make a trip like that, you want to make it worthwhile. I mean, otherwise, 16 hours one way to play one game and then come back that's a huge grind. So, and there's a lot to see and do in Colorado Springs. I'll say
Absolutely.
that. So, yeah. It's interesting, though, because I never expected Colorado College to be part of the WIAC as an affiliate.
Well, and I was going to ask that because you may or may not have the answer, but why?
There's no Division III schools in Colorado that have lacrosse, so they are the only one.
There's not even a conference closer?
The California Conference is a little bit closer, but the WIAC is a little bit stronger. So they like to win it and then get an automatic qualification.
Yes. But even still, though, the footprint is quite large. I mean, we talk about the affiliate schools. How many, what is the affiliation? How many different schools are in the WIAC, and how many different places are there?
So there are the 6 UWs, so Lacrosse, River Falls, Stout, all of those UWs, and then Hamlin and Augsburg, St. Ben's, and then Colorado College.
Okay. So it's not real bad in terms of travel.
No, it's that one road trip.
It's that one road trip. Okay. That makes sense. I'm always curious to find out, about the traveling footprint, because depending on what sport you have and what level you're playing at, you could pile up some pretty big miles.
Mm-hmm.
So.
And especially being a spring sport, we are on the road, obviously, in the month of March. I don't know if people are super familiar with the weather we got the past week, but we do not have turf currently, so we will be on the road next year for the first month of March, exploring Chicago and Milwaukee and Appleton, Wisconsin. So
hey, Appleton got 2 feet last week.
Yeah, exactly.
You might not be exploring them at this time.
Exactly.
Give.uwsyellowjackets.com/SDOG is the website. Log on now and make your gift and help women's lacrosse make that trip out to Colorado next year. Coach, thanks for coming by.
Thank you.
We'll take a quick break and come back with more of the 2026 Superior Days of Giving Telethon benefiting Yellow Jacket Athletics right after this.
Yeah, thinking that it happened overnight, it didn't. In it for the long haul flight, committed. Wanted me to fail out of spite, I didn't. All bark, but they don't bite, they timid. Thinking that it happened overnight, but it didn't. In it for the long haul flight, I'm committed. Wanted me to fail out of spite, but I didn't. All bark, but they don't bite, cause I'm timid. I got people trying to wish and pray that I'ma fall about it, all about it till we spoke in person. Don't wanna talk about it now, huh? Oh, you sound tough, Tony with them, don't get bound up. How you wound up, another number in the round up. Put the town up, I built this thing up from the ground up. And if I bounce up, I get my crown stuck. Green light go, got the east side flow. I'm a giant in the space like FIFA4. All the kids sing along like EIO. Every time when they see my show, thinking that it happened overnight, yeah, it didn't. In it for the long haul flight, committed. Wanted me to fail out of spite, I didn't. All bark, but they don't bite, they timid. Thinking that it happened overnight, but it didn't. In it for the long haul flight, I'm committed. Wanted me to fail out of spite, but I didn't. All bark, but they don't bite, cause I'm timid. Look,
on my way, I ain't built this in a day, but you know I'm here now to stay. I'm hungry, boy, I'm not here to play.
Thinking that it happened overnight, I didn't. In it for the long haul flight, committed. Wanted me to fail out of spite, but I
afternoon, everybody, and welcome to Yellow Jacket Women's Soccer. This is Matt Johnson coming to you live from Superior Choice Credit Union Stadium as the Yellow Jackets and the Bethany Lutheran Vikings playing Game 2 of our UMAC Tournament Soccer Championship Saturday here in Superior. The Yellow Jacket women going after their 4th straight trip to the NCAA Tournament. Bethany Lutheran looking to make their first ever trip to the Big Dance. The Yellow Jackets coming into this contest against the Vikings at 14-7 overall, 11-1 in the UMAC. They're the number 1 seed.
We're back on the 7th annual Superior Days of Giving Telethon benefiting Yellow Jacket Athletics. The website give.uwsyellowjackets.com/SDOG. It goes across the bottom of your screen, and that is where you will log on and give your gifts for any or all of the Yellow Jacket athletic programs here at UW Superior. And we are happy now to be joined by Nick Piazza, the head coach of the Yellow Jacket women's soccer program, and kind of the interesting one to me, I guess, aside from Hilda, because that's the program from ground zero all the way up. But, you know, he kind of got thrown into the deep end of the pool with, congratulations, you're a head coach. And, I'm sorry, half your roster's gone because they all graduated. So have at it. You know, here you go. And all you did was win a conference championship.
Yeah, hang another banner and go to the NCAAs again.
Take your team to the NCAA tournament. So well done, young man.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, it was exciting. You're right. Like it was thrown into a lot, but I was lucky to have such a good group of players that were returning that I had good relationships with, that we were all pointed in the same direction. So props to them for all of that.
Everybody stepped in really well too. I mean, it felt like, as the year, there were some bumps in the road, obviously, but there always is.
Well, that's a big ask of these players that are coming back.
Yeah, exactly.
When you graduated, what was that, how many? 12, 14?
12. They were 12 all total and 11 starters.
Yeah.
Or 8 starters is what it was. So, it's just
pretty significant.
Yeah.
And to accomplish what you accomplished, says a lot about those players that were coming back.
Yeah, and the thing that I loved about it is that they played their best at the end of the year. And they were peaking at the right time. And they had a brutal non-conference schedule to start, which was also, we talked about
welcome
this.
To it.
Yeah, welcome to it. They played a couple of nationally ranked squads in there, and then, next thing you know, you're in the conference play. And, I thought that just from watching the team, they grew a lot. And everybody was kind of plugging in the same direction, definitely by the end of the year. There was definitely, I think, a couple turning points in there too. I mean, the win against Glasgow was big, I think. But that was one of the better games I thought you guys had played. You guys were lights out in the tournament, in the UMAC tournament for sure. It's an interesting year when you lose a bunch of seniors that had as much success as that class had, and then you have to start over again with 3 starters coming back. And the starters that did come back were in good spots. To have a start returning, but it was a transitional year, and it was fun to watch. And I know that you probably have more perspective now. I mean, and when we talked to you earlier, it was like kind of thrown into the fire here and just trying to kind of figure it out. But looking back on it, like, do you have any other insights that you like on how the season went? And
I mean, when I first got into it, like obviously being a part of the program, like I felt there was a lot that could continue pretty easily from previous years, and right away I learned that that's not going to be the case because I agreed with everything about the culture. I just do things different, and if I tried to do it the way it was before, it just wouldn't be authentic and it would not come out the right way. So the team had to do a lot of adjusting as well to the way that I do things, and I think they did a phenomenal job with it, and I think there were some growing pains. But you're right, we hit our stride at the right time, and I think the team rallied together at the right time, and we ended up producing some really good soccer that I think all of them are proud of and leaves us in a really good spot to go forward. And I couldn't ask for anything more, to be honest. So
it's a young group still. That's the thing.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's still a really young group. I mean, they've had success. And the thing that I liked about it also was that the standard didn't drop, really. When they didn't play well, they were mad at themselves after games. You talk to them, and whereas, maybe, in the distant past, we lost the game, well, whatever. But yeah, the standard has been raised now to the point where when they lose a game, they're not happy about it, and it bothers them and they get upset.
Yeah,
and
they look at it the right way, though.
Yeah, exactly.
Throughout our whole non-conference schedule, we can be frustrated that we're not playing the way that we should, and we're not playing to, I think, the potential that we have. But they also always looked at it as a way to evaluate what we can get better at. And that was the purpose of it for me is, we're not, we're going to fail sometimes, we're going to come up short, but the biggest mistake is to not evaluate it and find a way to grow from that adversity. And I think they were always bought into that, even though it was frustrating at times. So,
talk about the playoff run.
Yeah.
Because that, you touched on it, you're playing your best ball of the year at that point in the season. So talk about that run, because that obviously different players, but different perspective too going on the road. So talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, I think it all came down to that second to last game for us, and we didn't win it. But I also think that at that point we were undefeated in conference, and you're always going to have this sense of you need to protect that. And I think the fact that that was no longer there, I truly feel like they felt like they could just kind of release a bit and be themselves to be the team that they could be. And it happened right before the tournament. And we were able to take it on the road and say, yeah, bring on more adversity for us, because we'll do it. We'll take care of it. And they felt confident and free again at that time, because we also switched our system back to what we were doing before, and they loved that. They rallied behind that. And like I said, they just felt confident with it. So that was good.
It was interesting because I saw a comment that Megan Bergerson made, who's now one of the seniors that has used up her eligibility, but she said, we always felt like we were still the best team in this league. Even when we finished, we got the number 3 seed. We felt like we were still the best team. We had lost the least amount of games. We just hadn't won as many as we needed to.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And so, she said it was big for us to be able to go on the road and then prove that to everybody else, to the teams that we beat. And because, you guys were clearly the better teams in both those games. I don't think anybody would dispute that. So, but that's that mindset again that I go back to, that the mindset really has not changed in that regard, is that we're still the big dogs of this league, and we're still, an NCAA tournament team. So, we expect success. And that was good to see. I think everybody was pretty happy. I was excited about it, because it was like, when you lose that big of a senior class, it kind of helped establish that. And you wonder if it's going to slide back, and the mindset just didn't.
Right.
When we got to the playoffs, this is our time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah. I appreciate that outlook on it. Yeah, in both of those games, I on the way back, my lower back was so sore from just the tense, standing and just being so tense for 90 minutes. Yeah, I was ready for anything. But yeah, regardless of how teams finished and where we were, I was always on edge about that stuff. So I was.
Oh yeah, that's the life of a coach.
Yeah,
yeah, exactly.
Without a doubt. And I suppose the winning, the NCAA experience is always fun and it's always valuable. But with a group like this in particular that has had inexperience, even more so, because that taste now, and already we still believe we're the best team in the league. That's going to pay huge dividends
Yeah.
over
Mhm.
the next few years with this group that got a lot of that.
A lot of good
as
young
first-year
players on the squad. Yeah.
Yeah. They like that U Chicago game was so tough. That was probably one of the best teams that I've seen.
You guys played a really good first half
been
against
up
them.
against, yeah, and they were so good. And you can go one of two ways with it as a team, where it's like you can feel defeated and you can feel demoralized playing against a team like that whose ceiling is so high, or you can look at it and you can get hungry for it. And I think that's the direction that the team went, because they see the potential, and I'm ready to run with that because they're ready to run with it, and they know that the direction for them is up. So it's been fun so far.
Well,
And
Chicago went all the way to the
keep
Final
being fun.
Four, and
Right.
yeah, I mean that
Yeah.
team was really, really good. I watched them play Carleton the next day, and they actually tilted the field more against Carleton than against you guys, which was that was
Against
it's a feather in your cap.
Oh, or was
Lacrosse?
It lacrosse, yeah,
Lacrosse.
lacrosse.
Yeah.
And then they played Carleton. Anyway, they're really good.
Yeah, they marched their way through it.
Yeah, they ran right through everybody, and the fact that you guys hung right with them for that first half, I was really impressed.
Yeah.
Because you guys had some chances to score against them in that first half, and I thought, wow, playing well against one of the very best teams in the country.
Yeah.
But that was, I think Chicago actually got knocked out in the shootout. I think they lost in the shootout.
They weren't like 16 rounds into the shootout or something.
Yeah,
crazy.
it was some ridiculous
Yeah.
against WashU.
Yeah, talk about
WashU ended up beating them,
game.
but it was like 10-9 or like 11-10 in the shootout. It was some crazy. Yeah, they went back and forth and back and forth and back and forth.
So definitely a feather in the cap. For how you played against them.
Yeah.
Well, especially when they blasted Lacrosse after.
Yeah, that was a good game. I enjoyed watching that game. That was, two good teams just going after it. So that was really fun to watch.
But it also shows, I thought, that growth again, because you played Lacrosse earlier in the year, and I was like, well, we were trying to figure stuff out. Now you play a better team than Lacrosse in Chicago in the first round, and you guys didn't look scared at all.
Right.
Yeah.
In that first half. And that was, I think, that's a big sign of that maturity.
Mm-hmm.
That we were a little overwhelmed by Lacrosse beginning of the year, but then you see how you guys lost to Chicago, but then also how Lacrosse got beat by Chicago, and you go,
yeah,
we really came a long way,
Yeah.
So that's got to be satisfying. That's
Right.
Yeah.
It is a fundraising day for us here, so let's dive into that part of things. And this is the interesting one, I think, out of all the stuff coaches get, because we get plenty of apparel, we get plenty of team retreats. GPS training devices. So let's talk about this, Nick. What are we looking at for GPS training devices?
There's a few different routes, but I would say that the overall purpose of it is, it's workload monitoring, and it's just kind of seeing what the workload looks like from an objective measurement during a game. We've done in the past subjective measurements and kind of how does it feel for athletes, but then to get an actual look on, how many accelerations, decelerations, high-speed running, how many of those are you doing and what kind of ground are you actually covering? What are the objective demands of the position that you're playing in games? Just gives us a different outlook on how to train and how to prepare for it. So
that's insane.
It is.
I know they do that.
Yeah.
I mean, the pros do that.
Right.
Yeah.
But I just, the fact that now we're getting into that at the college level, it just is crazy to me. We kind of did this with TJ.
With baseball.
Yeah, with baseball a little bit, with what he wanted.
The product they're going to be fundraising for, so they can monitor some of their recovery and everything too. But it's
just a reminder that we're living in the 21st century. I mean,
I feel like it's Big Brother, man.
Yeah, it's like, so just to clarify, so every player would get a chance to wear one of these. Is that the?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's kind of the big picture of it is we'd be able to kind of track what players are doing day to day in training and in games to kind of try and get them as ready as possible.
Okay.
And obviously, I think another bigger part of it in college soccer is not overtraining,
Right.
because that's when can we dial players back is a big part of it too here. So
if there's a sport that doesn't need any overtraining, it's soccer. Just with the amount of running.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
So that's I didn't know that.
I do know of programs that are using it. I know of clubs that are using it for their players. It also comes down to how you use it.
Right.
You know, you can get it as a gimmick and as something to just kind of show, like, look what we have here. But I think the way you use it is what's important. And like that's a really big part of it.
Okay.
So yeah, there are other programs that use it. Some programs have done studies with them, so they'll use them and they'll actually use them to publish some studies for it.
Okay. That's cool too.
Yeah, I mean, maybe that's something we can get the exercise science department to get involved in, but I haven't talked to them, so.
That'd be kind of cool.
That would actually be a really cool, like, extra step, though, to
It would
take.
be cool for both sides of it, from the academic standpoint and from
the sports
physical training standpoint, too.
Yeah, I think that would actually be pretty cool.
Give.uwsyellowjackets.com/SDOG is the website. Log on to there right now and help Coach Piazza and the women's soccer program get their GPS training devices. Big brother.
Big brother.
Coach, thanks for coming by.
Yeah, thanks a lot. I appreciate it.
We'll take a quick break and we'll come back with more of our 2026 Superior Days of Giving Telethon right after this.
Touchdown, buzzer beater, do it all now. All now, top corner talking home run. Touchdown, buzzer beater, do it all now. All now, top corner like all in. Lit the fire when you got it, now I'm all in. Put me with the best, bring the stars in. Undefeated mode, no falsing. Doubted when I lost, slide back when I'm little, know it pays off. I'm just stuck up in the middle, now some weight off. Carrying for years, and I'm not worried, I got no fear. Home run, touchdown, buzzer beater, do it all now. All now, top corner talking home run. Touchdown, buzzer beater, do it all now. All now, top corner like all in. Lit the fire when you doubt it, now I'm all in. Put me with the best, bring the stars in. Undefeated mode, no falling.
Arrive with determination.
With passion and eagerness for the opportunities ahead. Arrive with big goals for yourself.
Knowing we're here to help you build on your best.
Arrive at the University of Wisconsin-Superior with grit
and leave with greatness.
We're back on the 7th annual Superior Days of Giving Telethon, a day where we not only raise money for the entire campus, but more specifically here for Yellow Jacket Athletics. And we say Days of Giving because it's not one day this year, it is 3. So all through Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. If you don't get it today, you still have 2 more days to make your gift that can benefit Yellow Jacket Athletics. Give.uwsyellowjackets.com/SDOG is the website where you can log on and make your gift. And we are joined by Melissa Fracker, the head softball coach here at UW Superior. And, you know, earlier we had Coach Oaks on talking baseball and talking about his spring trip. And your trip kind of mirrors the one that baseball does. So first things first, I mean, are you still feeling like the Mother Nature hates spring sports when you leave 85 degrees of Florida and come back to the 15 inches of snow on the ground knowing that you are a couple more weeks away from getting that chance to play?
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, I also think, though, and I'm sure TJ kind of alluded to this, I think it's what makes our team special and have the ability to kind of go through what is a crazy spring season because we're down in Florida. We got to play 10 games. That was fantastic. Beautiful weather. And then you come back up here and it's like, okay, back in the field house again. But like that just mirrors spring sports. You don't know what it looks like and you can't make excuses, right? Like we have to get back to work. Super excited about the way our season has started, excited to see how it continues, but it doesn't matter if we're inside or outside. We have to get better. We have work to do, and we have to progress. So it just kind of helps us understand that you have to be ready through whatever weather, no matter what happens. That's spring sports everywhere. So I think it gives us the ability to really kind of go through what will be punches as April continues, because that's just what happens in spring sports. So,
well, TJ described it as finding the middle.
Yeah.
And staying in the middle. Not
Yeah.
too high, not too low. Find the middle.
100%. And just wherever, whenever, like whatever we have to do, let's go fight. Let's scratch and claw. Let's win games. I will say that is, I think, part of what makes baseball, softball, and tennis really special, that we just have to ebb and flow and figure it out. And I don't think any program makes excuses for winning and losing. We just go about it and try to get things done. So
let's talk about it a little bit.
Speaking of getting things done.
Getting things done, because TJ brought it up. Really good trip. Played much better competition this year down there than he did last year. Your team kind of in the same boat.
100%.
You had a much more rigorous schedule down in Florida and came through with flying colors.
Yeah, no, really, really excited. Our schedule's been our first 16 games, and then the upcoming games. We have a tough stretch, which I think is big because you have to test the team and see where they're at. Because not only are we looking to win a conference championship, we want to go on and be able to compete at regionals, and you have to play that competition that you're going to see. So we had a lot of really close games, which is what softball's supposed to be. Right. And our pitchers fought through a lot of long days. Our defense held up really strong, and our hitters got it done in the situations they had to. So I am really, really excited about where the softball program is right now, and I'm excited to see the next steps, because after our first doubleheader, we took steps for our next 4 games. After our next 4 games, we made steps in Florida. So now I want to see kind of what happens up here. So.
And by and large, too, the players want those difficult games.
Yeah,
for
too.
sure.
I mean,
yeah.
Beating somebody 17-2, you're padding your stats a little bit, and it's fun to get hits, but it's not a fun game to play in. They want those tight games that kind of have that playoff atmosphere to them.
For sure. I think that our program is in a place that we're making that next step up as an entire group, which is really, really exciting. And they understand the difference between like, wow, what a great game. They just came up with one more base hit than us. And like, wow, we blew that team away. Like, we didn't even have to show up. So I think, thankfully, our program's in the place that we understand we much rather have those really close games, even if we don't always come out ahead, rather than, well, we played the first inning and then the game was already over. So.
Well, and that's, when you talk about not just winning the UMAC and hanging a banner in that regard, but also going to regional. That's what regional play is all about.
100%.
I mean, conference play is one thing. You obviously want to be ready for that. But once you get to the NCAA level, it comes down to pitching, defense, and making a play, hitting a ball in the right spot at the right time. And
100%.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to have games like that because every team at that level they're good.
Yeah.
There isn't going to lay up in the group.
Absolutely not. And we have a lot, and looking at how all the softball teams are doing in the UMAC right now, everyone is really competing well. So when I say we want to win a UMAC championship, that's going to be the same thing. Like, it's going to be good defense, good pitching, and getting that base hit when we need it. That's certainly not going to be easy either. So we have to set our team up to be able to compete for a championship and then hopefully go on to that regional level. And I feel like this year's schedule, we're really doing that. So I'm excited to see how we kind of continue to progress and continue to compete. But yes, I would like to see a little meltage. Let's get a little warmer weather up here.
Yeah.
Let's get out on a softball field to practice. That'd be wonderful.
Team's doing great and everything, but the snow.
It'd be nice. Like, let's add that, if possible, on top. It'd be a little cherry on top if
Everybody's
we
got
get
that
to be
asterisk.
outside.
Everybody's got that little asterisk that says, everything's going good, except.
And
unfortunately, that's the part that's out of your control at a certain level. But at another level, again, that's finding that middle ground.
Yeah.
Because when you're playing well, baseball's playing real well right now, softball's playing real well right now. You want to keep that going, but again, it's kind of what TJ said as well. Find that middle, though, because you can't get too high or too low.
You cannot get too high, too low. When you think you have it all figured out, you're going to come crashing back down. And when you're down on the ground, you're going to get it figured out. I mean, that's just what good teams do. They don't go up, they don't go down, they just stay steady, and they're able to just go and compete. If they have a bad day, they chalk it up to a bad day. If they have a really good day, they chalk it up to a really good day. So.
When you finally get the opportunity to play a game up here, probably going to need a roster and a lineup card with photos because this roster is vastly different from what we've seen over the last few years.
Absolutely.
You had probably the largest and longest senior day in program history last year. So that means a lot of new blood. And looking at the record, things seem to be blending pretty well.
Yeah, we have about half returners, half newbies. So it's been a little bit of an interesting process to figure out what defense looks like, what offense looks like. We certainly miss the leadership we had last year with our seniors, the competitiveness, the maturity they were able to bring. But I do think our upperclassmen this year are taking over exceptionally well leadership-wise. I think they're meshing really, really well. I think it doesn't matter who we're putting onto the field. We're still going up there. We're still competing, which is really, really exciting that I don't think we have it all figured out yet. And we're 16 games in, which to me as a coach gives me a reason to like get up and go to practice and try to figure it out. So this group this year is bringing a lot of good energy. We have unbelievable chemistry, a lot of positive vibes. So it's a really good mix of newbies bringing that energy, the veterans having that maturity, and it's kind of all coming together. So
let's talk a little bit about the fundraising piece of things. You going a couple of different directions here. Let's get into the equipment piece first, a batting cage screen.
Yeah, so we're very lucky that we get an extended amount of time we get to practice with the team. And as we've talked about, a lot of times it's inside. So we are very blessed with myself, 2 assistant coaches and 2 volunteer coaches, so we get a lot of hitting in during practice. So we just need more protective screens to be able to make sure that no one's getting hit. And it's not coming off the top of the cage, too. That would be wonderful, because you want to celebrate kids that hit the ball hard, but then you're like, oh, no, here it comes. So it'd be lovely to be able to get a new front toss screen and have it protected kind of all the way around. Top of it, the side of it, all those things. And also, our kids like to get in without coaches and get practice in. So I want to make sure when they go in to be able to throw front toss to each other, because they understand that you can't just take swings during practice if you want to be a champion. You got to get in there on your own. I would love the ability for them to be extra protected as well. So.
In addition to that, you are one of the coaches that utilizes the team retreat.
Yeah.
Do you have something in mind already? Because I know that's several months away and planning still involved with that fundraising, a big piece, depending on how much money you have that comes in. So talk a little bit about what you want your team to do.
Yeah, we would love to be able to utilize that in Florida, actually, because when we get to Florida, we call it a business trip, right? Because business first, then fun. But it is a really great time for our team to be able to bond together. So we would love to do like an evening out with dinner, and then we are very competitive, so a little bit of miniature golf mixed in there, and let them kind of compete away from the field. So we would love the chance to, yes, go down to Florida to compete for softball, but also use it more as a team bonding trip next year, and get the kids to be able to dress up and go out to dinner, and then hopefully do something fun like miniature golf or maybe a couple different things. So.
Yeah, that Florida trip, that's one of the things that I think people don't always necessarily understand, is that it is a business trip, but it also is, they need some hours to blow some steam.
Yeah, for sure.
Because otherwise it just gets to be a grind.
Well, because you usually look at the schedule and you play, 3 or 4 days before you get a break down there?
Yep, we practice 1, play 3, and then we get our day off.
So I mean, it's a lot of work that you put
in,
because those are long days at the
Very
field.
long days, yeah.
And
they need some time at the beach.
When you get that day off for
exactly,
your mini golf tournament or whatever.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just as important as the games in some ways.
It's just as important. We go down there as a team that's played usually 4, 5, 6 games at that point, but like we're not as together yet because it's still a new season. So we really utilize that time down there to kind of come together as an entire group and mesh. So yeah, I would love to do that, not just at the hotel, not just at the softball field, but away from that, so they can just relax and have fun. And I do think that whether it's being able to do laser tag and mini golf, going to dinner, like doing something like that would really help us be able to take time away and remember, oh yeah, like how lucky we are to get to be together, how lucky we are to get away from Superior, typically in March when who knows what Mother Nature's doing, and get to really enjoy being together away from the field, away from just the grind of the softball.
She throws out laser tag, and I still have PTSD from something like 12 years ago with regard to laser tag. Thanks for bringing that back.
You're welcome. That's what I'm here for.
I'd be remiss if we didn't take a minute or two and just talk about NBC Park.
Yeah.
Speaking of fundraising, this is, retreats are nice, batting cages are nice,
Yeah.
big ticket items are the best, and you are about to finally get an on-campus facility.
Yeah. We've never played on campus before, so this is
And
Team
that's not an
43.
exaggeration.
It's
Literally,
not.
yeah,
Not.
yeah.
So our program's been around for 43 years. So there has been a lot of players, a lot of coaches, a lot of people before I got here and the current team got here that also went through the grind of playing off campus and trying to figure out the schedule and what that all looks like. So the fact that everybody will get to come to the new home of Yellow Jacket softball is really, really exciting because there have been loads and loads of coaches and players before us that haven't had that opportunity. So really excited for everybody that's come before, the current players that will have the opportunity to be able to play on campus for the very first time with like Yellow Jacket logos and the setup that they kind of deserve. And we understand that we're very lucky that it's going to be probably Team 45 that gets to do it.
Yep.
But that means there's 44 teams before that also made it possible for everyone inside of Superior to be able to fight for the softball team to be on campus. So,
What does that do from a recruiting standpoint, where you can finally, you're finally able to say, we might be getting a facility to. It's going to be called NBC Park.
Yep.
It's going to be right here. It's going to be next to the baseball field, which is coming at the exact same time.
Exactly.
You're going to be part of the group that plays on this. So what has that been like from a recruiting standpoint?
it's just exciting to see high school students when they're on campus for their recruiting trips, eyes to light up when they actually get to like see the pictures of what it will look like. And we're very lucky that we have the high school facility, and honestly, it's a really high-end facility. But there's something special about showing up to your field with your colors, with your logo, that this is your dugout. You get to do things the way you want to do it. So it is really exciting to see kids light up. That's like, wow, this could be my future. This is what field I'm going to get to play on. I'm even more excited to get to actually show them the field when it comes.
Right.
But the fact that we're at the stage right now that we can show pictures to recruits that will be coming in the next few years, and they could be like, wow, this is the home of Yellow Jacket softball. Like, you just see their eyes light up, and it makes me even more excited for the possibility. So,
And also including when you get to do things, because there are constraints with the high school.
Oh, yeah.
on,
Yeah,
you know,
absolutely.
When you're able to practice,
Yeah.
when you're able to schedule games, and now you can practice when you want to practice. Your players can utilize the field when they want to utilize the
Absolutely.
field as well. So there's
Yeah.
there's a lot that goes into that.
yeah, I mean, there's a lot of days that, whether it's between class schedule or just the high school schedule, that it's a 50-degree day that we don't get to utilize. The sun already goes down when we get to be out there. So it'll be exciting for us to really get to kind of schedule, like, this day, it's going to feel like 60 degrees at 2 o'clock.
We're
We
going.
don't have class. Let's get out there on the field and practice at the absolute best time for everybody involved.
Oh, and it's
so that'll be
February,
fun.
and this is happening.
And
So
it's
you're right.
February.
Yeah,
Don't
exactly.
jinx us. We want to have that happen.
I can't jinx you any more than what Mother Nature has already
That's
done.
so fair.
Give.uwsyellowjackets.com/SDOG is the website. Make your gift to the Yellow Jacket softball program or to NBC Park. They're not picky, because NBC Park, obviously, that is a fundraising piece as well for both Yellow Jacket softball and Yellow Jacket baseball. Coach Fracker, thanks for coming by.
Thank you for having me.
We'll take a quick break and be back with more of the 7th annual Superior Days of Giving Telethon benefiting Yellow Jacket athletics right after this.
done trying to make y'all comfortable. For the record, you ain't trying to grow, then it's done for you. For the record, lab on me going all the way. For the record, ain't trying to link, no time to waste. For the record, for the record, for the record, for the record, for the record. Been a little too nice for y'all. Now I gotta up price for y'all. Snake eyes and thanks for y'all. Shoulders on ice for y'all. A6 all the hay. I'm working the ball today. Got lost in the ball and A's. I'm flipping the balls, I'm flipping the all record, I still count wins when they got it. All record, I let them take advantage. I was wildin'. All record deals. Tell them Chuck the Collins for the quote. All record, I still want the act, not the ghost. For the record, I'm done trying to make y'all comfortable. For the record, you ain't trying to grow, then it's done for you. For the record, lab on me.
The 7th annual Superior Days of Giving Telethon continues, and the URL is at the bottom of your screen, give.uwsyellowjackets.com/SDOG. That is the website you can log on to. Make your gift to any UW Superior athletic program. And in this particular segment, give to women's basketball. And we are happy to be joined by head coach Evelyn Parsons, who coming off year number 1 as the head coach here at UW Superior. So talk a little bit about not just the season, we'll get into that, but just the process of you becoming the head coach here and your experience as being a first-year head coach. How did everything go? Talk about that a little bit.
Yeah, I think just like the job being open, it was a great opportunity, and I was really excited about that. You never know in coaching when the right opportunity will come, and so I think I feel very lucky that it was open at the time it was, and just going through the process of applying and interviewing here and connecting with a lot of people on the current team, and then also other coaches in the department, and a lot of people just on campus, it just felt right to me. And so you know, it seems crazy looking back that was in June, and now we're here and it's March, and we've gone through a whole season already. And there's been a lot of great things that have happened this year that I'm really happy about and excited about. So it's been great so far.
Yeah, time definitely flies. That's a very fast 9 months.
Yes.
And kind of a baptism by fire, I guess, too, because I think it's like that way for any first-time head coach, probably, where you're learning all the things that you didn't realize went into head coaching, particularly at the Division III level. You're learning all of that kind of on the go, where, oh, I'm responsible for making sure I have a bus. Oh, I'm responsible for making sure we all have shoes. Oh, I'm responsible for A, B, and C. So you were able to navigate all of that, and now let's talk a little bit about the actual fun stuff, the stuff on the court. Talk about your first team as head coach.
Yeah, I really feel very lucky to have had the group that we had. Now we had, 9 incoming players, and so about half of our roster was returners and half were new players. So it's a lot of personalities that are learning each other for the first time, even outside of the basketball court, getting to know each other. And as a new coaching staff, that's a big thing that was important to us, was spending the time getting to know, our players before starting to coach them. And so I think that process was probably the most rewarding part. And, there's a lot of ups and downs throughout the season, but, couldn't have asked for a better group to have the first year with. Just really fun to be around every day, very competitive, and just a group that really was always about the next moment, the next game, regardless of if we won or lost the previous one. Was always excited to show up to practice and get back to work, and just really poured into each other, which is something that I think stood out in our group. And you could see at the end of the season we were playing our best basketball, and I think a big part of that is because of the bond that they formed as a team and the culture that they created in the locker room. So I'm really proud of that.
There was a lot of improvement throughout the year. When I first saw the team play at the beginning of the year, I thought, this could be a long one. We turned the ball over a lot, weren't shooting the ball particularly well. Nobody knew who was supposed to be the first option on offense. I mean, it was very sort of not quite sure where we're at right now. And then you guys flipped the switch somewhere along about midway through the year, and then you guys played really good ball for the most part all the way up until the end. And like you said, played your best basketball when it really counted. Had a really good showing in the NCAA tournament against a really good Concordia team. And I was inspired by what I saw, because, it was like, turn the ball over a lot at the beginning of the year, turn the ball over a lot less at the end of the year. And things like that. That shows that kind of improvement that they're absorbing what the coaching staff is telling them, and they kind of got a feel for each other a little bit. So the top players, the top scorers on the team this year, a lot of them were players that were not part of this program last year. And some of them are really interesting stories, like Maddie Riot, who comes in after running track and field at UMD for 2 years. And then you've got Hope Carlson, who came in from St. Scholastica and was actually going to play volleyball there, and then decided that at the kind of last minute that she wanted to come in and she and play basketball again, and she became one of your top scorers. So little stories like that kind of made the journey a lot more fun, and to see you guys rewarded with an NCAA tournament berth was really cool.
No, I appreciate that. And like you said, I think it's interesting when you have a lot of different personalities and people from different backgrounds coming together. And sometimes when you have that level of like newness where everybody's trying to still figure it out, people that haven't played basketball in a while, but then also just people that are used to playing with a different group of people. Speaking to our returners, it's different for them. Having 6 seniors graduate last year, there's a different dynamic. Obviously, maybe a little bit different system from a coaching standpoint that they're having to get used to, different practices and all that stuff. So I think it took us a little bit more time, but definitely proud of how our team continued to buy in and show up and just continue to do the work.
Talk a little bit about the stretch run there, because you get yourself into the conference tournaments, and you're not hosting a first round playoff game,
which is rare for us.
Which is it's typically when we're hosting at least one, if not two. So you go on the road, there's the upsets, and all of a sudden you're at home again. And it seemed like at that point your team had the attitude of, all right, there's no way we're not winning this, and there's no way we're not going to be in the NCAA tournament come next week. So talk a little bit about that journey.
Yeah, I think just looking back on a week and a half before the conference tournament, we were in a ditch on the way to Crown, and it's just a crazy situation.
We talked about that with Greg too. Yeah, the whole the whole breakdown situation with the bus getting stuck and Crown having to come get you guys, and
Right, yeah. So some adversity along the way. We lost our last 3 conference games, but I think, like I kind of said at the beginning, the mentality of our team was always just the next thing. So thinking about losing to Morris at home on senior night, we were up in the first half in that game, and our team knew that we could perform much better against that team. So even though we had to go on the road and play them right after losing, I think we never had the mentality that we were going to go down. And I honestly think it maybe gave us an edge in that game, because had we won that, yes, we'd be playing at home, but also they would have in the back of their mind they're coming back to try to beat us. So, we were really proud of the response for that. And then, like you said, being able to come home and play another game, that's something we didn't expect for sure. But it's a blessing for us, and I think it was great to be able to play in front of our home fans and people that have supported us all year. So it was a really cool moment, and just kind of, it all happened so fast, it felt like.
Yeah, and they played really, really well that game.
Right.
I could tell from the beginning that it was like, okay, they're dialed in. You're never quite sure, about how, especially a team that's not been there before, with a bunch of players that have not been in that situation before, how they were going to respond to, this is for a berth in the title, in the NCAAs now. This is, you've been playing your whole season to get up to this point, and now how are you going to respond? They responded gangbusters. It was really, it was funny because I actually had a chance to talk with Hope Carlson after the game, and you could tell she was nervous in the first half. She said, I was so nervous. And I was like, she was playing like a nervous player in the first half. And she said, then I kind of settled in, though, because I got to act to the bench and talked with Evelyn and talked with the coaches a little bit, and they settled me in, and then I played a lot better in the second half. And that was sort of, for me, kind of encompasses the year in a way, because at the beginning of the year it was like, okay, well, we're not really sure, whose role is what, and, who's going to take the shots for us, where our first options, who we're going to run plays for, who we're looking for, blah, 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 all that kind of stuff. And then by the end of the year, much more composed basketball team. People understood what their roles were. People knew what they were going to do. It was just the amount of progression from the start to the end was fun to watch. And then, even though you lost the tournament game to Concordia Moorhead, right there with them. Really pushed them. In that third quarter, you guys were right there with them. And then they pulled away a little bit late, made some free throws, and that was that. But I was really impressed, and I told people that too. I said, even though they lost the tournament game, I was very happy with how you guys played. And it was the continuation, because you guys didn't show any fear of them at all in that game. It took you a little bit of time to get your feet under you. Once you did, you stuck with them. It was relatively close at the half, and then in the third quarter you made a run, and You know, you didn't make it easy for them either, and they were the top seed. So, you know, again, just that's the kind of stuff that you hang your hat on, especially with a group of players that are coming back. I mean, losing Elsa, losing Mackenzie, those are big losses. You know, losing Kylie Hewitt off the bench, those are players that is going to be hard to replace. But a lot of key players are also coming back. You know, and they really like each other. That's one of the things I also know is a lot of smiles on your team at all times. You know, I mean, they were smiling and loving it. Even at the end against Concordia Moorhead, you could see. You know, even when they knew they were going to lose, there was nobody hung their heads. Everybody was still smiling and high fiving out of the timeouts, and that's the kind of like culture and chemistry that you want going into the next year. So, I'm going to give you and Owen a lot of credit for that, and Sarah, because you guys did a really good job. I felt like building that kind of chemistry, and that's hard to do in that first year.
No, I appreciate that, and I think like as coaches, you try to guide that, but a big part of that is the team and making the decision to show up every day and not just care about individually what I'm going to do or my stats or all those things that you can think about, or if I'm not doing as well as I can and what my role is and all that stuff. Those are a lot of distractions that can weigh people down, but I think just having the mentality that we're working for something that's bigger than ourselves, that's been a big emphasis for us, and our team has bought into that. And so I give them a lot of credit for that. And, like you said, the opportunity to play in the national tournament, there's only 64 teams out of 400 and I think like 34 now that play at Division III. And so that's really special. And we talked a lot about going into that game. We were the underdog, but we're not just going to play this game to play the game. We're going to compete and work to win. And so I hope that the opportunity we had this year and the experience that we got with that chance gives us momentum going into future years when we can hopefully build on this season and get to the point where we can get back to that game and eventually win one of those games and continue to grow in that.
Let's talk about the fundraising piece of this, because it is the Superior Days of Giving, and each of our teams has a specific ask or two that they are looking for over the course of these days, trying to raise money, starting with leadership development resources. So talk about that.
Yeah, so kind of, going off the culture piece of it, this past fall we did different leadership sessions with our team once a week. This past year we read a book as a team, kind of talking about different culture-related things that we can bring to our group on and off the court, different ways to grow our leadership individually and as a team. And so that's something that next year we want to continue to lean into. And I know both of our asks are kind of related, but that starts with building those personal relationships. So, outside of practices, outside of games, outside of conditioning and lifting, how much do you know about your teammates? How much can you invest in them? How much can you find out about each other that you might not know? And so a big part of that is next year we're hoping to have a team retreat somewhere off campus where we can really connect on a personal level, especially we have right now 7 freshmen incoming to our team, so a lot of new people that will be brought into the mix. So that's something that's really important to us and a big part of what we're looking to fundraise for this year.
So yeah, retreat and the development resources are what you're looking at. So clearly culture-based. We're not looking for sweatshirts or anything like that.
No.
This is a culture-based thing, and probably the smart play based on how many new faces you're going to have.
Yep.
Give.uwsyellowjackets.com/SDOG is the website. Log on now and make your gift to benefit the Yellow Jacket women's basketball program. Coach Parsons, thank you very much.
Thank you for having me.
We'll take a quick break and come back with more of the 2026 Superior Days of Giving Telethon benefiting Yellow Jacket athletics right after this.
Arrive with determination,
with passion, and eagerness for the opportunities ahead. Arrive with big goals for yourself,
knowing we're here to help you build on your best.
Arrive at the University of Wisconsin-Superior with grit
and leave with greatness.
We're back on the 2026 Superior Days of Giving Telethon. All proceeds raised today benefit Yellow Jacket Athletics, and that website goes across the bottom of your screen. Give.uwsyellowjackets.com/SDOG is the website. You can log on there at any time over the course of these days and make your gift to any of our Yellow Jacket sports programs. And we are happy now to be joined by Joe Mooney, the head coach of the Yellow Jacket men's soccer program. And Before we dive into the fundraising piece, Coach, we'll talk a little bit about the year in review, as it was coming off of the run that you had in the NCAA tournament a year ago. I think a lot of people kind of expected that there may be some growing pains and everything in there, but you guys once again turned in another stellar season.
Yeah, it was, I mean, you rewind back 2 seasons ago, obviously a special run, and you graduate 14 seniors, and the whole squad has a bit of a different look to it. And I was really proud of the way that our guys stepped up. We had a lot of guys all of a sudden that didn't have a lot of, kind of big game experience, and found ways to win throughout the regular season, found ways to win in the conference tournament. Obviously, the conference final went into overtime, found a way to dig that one out, and then found a familiar opponent in the NCAA tournament, and a team that went to the Final Four this year in St. Olaf, and I thought we played them tough, and in a lot of ways I think a little bit tougher than maybe the scoreline showed. But so I mean, really, just I think I don't know about a rebuilding season, but certainly just sort of a trend-setting season, I think. Yeah.
When I say growing pains, that I meant, of course, the 14 seniors that you lose, because that's not something that's easy to overcome. We've talked about it with a couple of different programs here over the course of the day, and your soccer counterpart obviously had something very, very similar. But yeah, the youth and everything, and kind of missing the big game component a little bit. But in reality, I mean, a group of guys that really didn't miss a beat.
No, I thought they were solid all year. I mean, Joe and I talked about it. At the beginning of the year, you could see that the guys were kind of trying to feel it out a little bit, trying to figure out who was going to step into the voids that were left by the other guys, the previous class, and against a really tough schedule at the start of the year. It was a grueling start to the year. Really started to find themselves about 2 weeks into the year. I think 2 or 3 weeks into the year was when things started to kind of like flip a little bit. It wasn't so much as a rebuild as it was a retooling, I would say, of the squad. I think that's probably a better way. I think Coach Mee would probably agree with me there. There wasn't a dearth of talent for this group, not far from it. He brought in a kid from from the central part of Minnesota that made a huge difference. Seth Davidson, who 16 goals and 8 assists in your rookie campaign is pretty darn good.
That's not too shabby.
Yeah, that's not bad at all. Become your leading scorer, and there was a nice kind of mix between guys who came back that had strong careers, guys like Jake Kidd who would come back, and some of the other guys that were still kind of left over, Freddie Watson being another one, and some guys that stepped in like Joel Thomas, who had been kind of a bench guy for a while, and then this year stepped more into a prominent role. Jacob Wiles was really good in the middle this year, I thought, all year long. Patrick Sessions took over for Alex Paredes in goal. So, but these were all guys that had enough experience to, I don't want to say seamlessly transition, but it was not a real rough transition for those guys. It just took a little bit of time to find their groove, and when they found their groove, they were just as good as anybody. I think especially in the region there, going into the NCAA tournament.
Retooling, dearth. Like, I gotta look some of these words up. I'm impressed, Matty.
Yeah, we'll get you a thesaurus.
Appreciate it.
I figured he was going to bring up some of the words there. That's an English major talking right there.
Yeah, well done.
When did you know? I mean, I'm guessing you probably did know that things were going to be fine, but he kind of made the remark of second week of the season was kind of where he got the idea that
second or third
things are going to be okay. Yeah. As a coach, when did you know that, okay, this group, despite the losses from the year before, this group is going to be just fine, and when we get to the end, we're going to be right there?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, even in preseason, we had a couple games against Division II opponents, and we felt really good coming out of those games. And then, we entered the season, we're 0-3 in the first 3 games of the regular season, and that was obviously tough, but I felt like we were playing well against really good sides. All those teams were in the NCAA tournament, and had decent runs themselves, and so I knew we were playing against good sides. I knew that we had strung things together well in some of those games, just never really for a complete 90. And so you kind of feel like if you can play up to that level and then figure it out for a full 90-minute game, once you get that sorted, then you can start to kind of roll a little bit from there. And so, we were able to do that in Game 4, finally, against St. Olaf in the regular season. And again, that's a Final Four team, and we were able to get a win on home soil there. And so I think that really just kind of helps solidify things and just get everybody kind of re-bought into the process and kind of what we were all about. And from there, I feel like, things kind of took off a little bit. Yeah.
You made reference to the schedule, and I think nobody can ever accuse you of hiding from anybody. I mean, you put together I've used the phrase meat grinder before. You put together a meat grinder of a non-conference schedule.
And it's that way every year.
Every single year. Was this the toughest one, do you think?
It was certainly up there, yeah. Again, I mean, our first 4 games were all against teams that were NCAA tournament teams, and all 4 of those teams won at least in the first round. A few of them made it onto the Sweet 16. Like I said, won all the way to the Final Four. So, it was certainly one of the toughest schedules I think we've had, and just the way that it started. I mean, to kind of really go against 4 top teams in the region, if not in the country, to start off your season before you really get your bearings. I do think it was a jolt to our system, but I think it really forced us to look inward and get some things figured out right away. And we couldn't be accused of ever kind of feeling comfortable or, just kind of going with it. We had to really kind of dig deep and for those younger guys and the guys that, again, didn't have as much experience.
Dynamite experience.
Man, it was kind of like trial by fire right away. And again, that's why I'm really proud of our guys for just kind of sorting it out, doubling down on each other and doubling down on kind of what has made us good in the past. And I couldn't be not just proud, but I think really grateful for those guys, the way that they responded.
That I was thinking that St. Olaf game as well. That was sort of the turning point, I think. Up until then, in the first 3 games where they had lost, they played about 65, 70 minutes of good ball. And then about 20 minutes had really cost them in each of those games. And you and I had talked about this. Like, we were doing good things for about 70 minutes, and then that 20-minute lull really came back to bite us. And that's the guys had to learn early in the season that you can't do that against really good competition. That's how you're going to get beat. And then they put together a full 90 against St. Olaf. Came from behind. It's a team that won the MIAC and was the top 4 team in the country this year, and that was a big deal. I think that was a big turning point. That was sort of I don't want to say it's a coming out party, but that was where it really, you got the feeling that the guys were kind of not only breathing a sigh of relief, but also they understood that this is the level we have to perform at. If we're going to be able to do some things, and played even after that. Lost narrowly to Augsburg, lost narrowly to Gustavus in games that could have gone either way. Both those teams were really good this year as well. So. That was I think the moment for me as a broadcaster where I said, okay, they're starting to figure it out now. Whenever you can beat a top 5 team, and I thought that St. Olaf team, you and I talked about it, was probably the best team they saw all year, and that bared out, and how they did in the NCAA tournament and winning the MIAC. But that was such a confidence booster for the guys, because they were looking for something to build on. Because it's tough when you drop the first 3, even if they are the really good teams, and the coaching staff says, yeah, they're really, really good, but the guys still want to have a taste of success. And when they got it against that caliber of an opponent, I think that was a big turning point for the guys.
So what does it look like going forward now? Because that season obviously in the rearview mirror, so now you're turning your focus to fall 26. Recruiting obviously is the lifeblood of everything, but how does this experience, how does the recruiting class all come together for fall 26? What does it look like?
Yeah, I mean, again, we're going to lose a big group of seniors. We lose 9 seniors this year, and not just a talent this year again, but I think also a real, and just like last year, a real great group of leaders, just guys that you see them and you think that's what a Yellow Jacket soccer player should be. And so we lose a lot of those guys. What I've loved is I think we've had, especially recently over the last few years, just sort of this trend of guys sort of passing down a lot of legacy, a lot of tradition, a lot of culture. And so I fully expect this group now to be able to sort of pick up where the last few groups have left off. Really excited about our returning class, our junior class, the guys that'll be seniors next year. I absolutely love that group. And their group that I think the majority of that group, it was tough, like their first year. There were so many upperclassmen ahead of them that they didn't see a lot of time that first year. And again, it's where I just have this, the utmost appreciation for that group of guys that they stuck with it. It wasn't always easy. I don't know that we always saw eye to eye, but man, that group has turned into something really cool. And I'm excited to see the way that they lead this year. You mentioned some of the young guys coming up in that freshman class that'll be sophomores next year. Seth and some of the groups, some of the guys in that group, a lot of potential with that group. And we saw some of that potential already sort of start to bear fruit a little bit. So yeah, it's really all of our returning group is I think pretty legit and they're pretty fired up. And, you know, we're about to get kind of things kicked off here in our spring season. So I'm excited to see what that looks like. And it's a big recruiting class, too, coming in this year. And it'll have, I would say, more of a Midwest feel to it, this recruiting class. And I'm excited about that. You know, a lot of guys from Minnesota, Wisconsin, a couple guys from our backyard here that are going to add, I think, some real immediate just sort of impact with our squad too. So, and then we'll sprinkle in a couple international guys. Again, it's going to have a real fun look to it. And I think that it's a group that could really take off early this coming year.
There's going to be there's a lot of good players coming back. I'll just say that. I mean, there
Covered,
usually
not
is.
bare.
No, not at all.
No,
far from it. Far from it.
Yeah.
Far from it.
It is a fundraising day for us here at UW Superior, so want to have an opportunity to talk a little bit about what you are raising funds for, and we talked a little bit with Nick Piazza earlier about it, but GPS training devices. So let's have a conversation about GPS training. What does that entail?
Yeah, well, okay, so maybe to back up, you mentioned Nick Piazza, who was our assistant coach for a number of years and now obviously doing great things on the women's side as the head coach there. He was also, along with PJ, our strengthening and conditioning coach, Nick was sort of like my translator, you know, to kind of like figure out what PJ was saying and all the sports science and the physiology and all of that. Nick did such a good job to really kind of help our team understand, help me understand all of that. And now we've lost Nick, obviously, to great things. But I think one of the things that we noticed this year was that loss, and just really trying to do a deeper dive into the scientific approach to the game. We do a lot with tactical periodization and trying to get guys to peak at the right time of the week, peak at the right time of the season, and to be able to monitor essentially what their work rate is through training sessions and through match days as well, to try to get that to match up throughout our training and then again on game day when it's important. So essentially these units will track their distances covered, track, you know, essentially how hard they're exerting, you know, throughout a session or throughout a game. They can do all sorts of fun things. Like they can tell you essentially like, you know, how many steps you have on your left foot versus your right foot, which you would think you'd have like a similar number, but
pretty even.
In terms of like the way you cut and the way you actually impact it, there is can be a big discrepancy there, and that can lead to injuries or just sort of overtraining one side or the other. So there's just a lot of real sort of finite data that we can collect and actually put that into practice in the way that we train our guys. And I do think that this is a group that could really use that scientific approach, that sort of that next level, nuanced data, to kind of help hit that next level of our play.
Give.uwsyellowjackets.com/SDOG is the website. You'll see that across the bottom of your screen. You can log on right now and make a gift to Yellow Jacket Men's Soccer, help them get their GPS training devices and take everything on the pitch to the next level. Coach, thanks for coming over.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
We'll take a quick break and be back with more of the 7th Annual Superior Days of Giving Telethon benefiting Yellow Jacket Athletics right after this.
Welcome to the University of Wisconsin-Superior, known for top academics and a close-knit, supportive community in a region renowned for its natural beauty. Our campus sits just minutes from the western tip of Lake Superior, the largest freshwater lake in the world. It's a superior place to be. Come on, let me show you around. We'll start our tour here in the Yellow Jacket Union, the hub of campus. Here, students can study, play a game of pool, chill by the fireplace, or grab a bite to eat at one of our various dining options. Whatever you're hungry for, you'll find it here. The flags here represent our international students who make up 10% of our student body. At UW Superior, you'll make friends from all around the world. Right outside the Yellow Jacket Union is the Quad, with our 2 oldest buildings, Old Main and Erlandson Hall, on the other side. When the weather's nice, you'll always see students hanging out here, studying, or meeting up with friends.
And now I'm going to show you Swenson Hall, a popular place for students to come out and study. It's open 24 hours a day for those who get their best work done late at night. With a 14-to-1 student-to-teacher ratio, most of your classes will be in rooms like this, with professors that know you by name and are happy to work with you. Swenson is also home to our writing center and the new esports lab, where club and varsity gaming teams practice and compete, and students can enjoy open rec hours. Here we are in Barstow, home to our Natural Sciences department, where students participate in hands-on research alongside faculty. The Holden Fine Arts Building is home to our outstanding visual arts and music departments here on campus. Here you'll find art studios and galleries, and the Mannion Theater, a great place to catch a concert, play, or musical put on by our students.
And now we're at Ross Hawks Hall, which is just a few blocks away from campus. With 6 residence halls to choose from, there's a place for everyone. And living on campus is one of the best ways to make new friends here at UWS. In the Merkovich Wellness Center, you'll find a fitness room, weight room, indoor climbing wall, an indoor track, and much, much more. Also in the MWC is the Mertz Mortarelli Gymnasium, where you'll cheer on our Yellow Jacket athletics teams. It's not just what's on campus. Nearby lie the Twin Ports, Superior, Wisconsin, and Duluth, Minnesota, offering tons of opportunities for dining, shopping, hanging out, and enjoying the outdoors.
So come join us at the University of Wisconsin-Superior, where every day is an opportunity to learn, grow, and make your mark on the world. We can't wait to welcome you into our hive. Go Yellow Jackets!
We're back on the 7th annual Superior Days of Giving Telethon. The website across the bottom of your screen, give.uwsyellowjackets.com/SDOG is the website. You can log on there right now and make your gift to any of our Yellow Jacket sports programs. And right now we're happy to be joined by Paul Eberhardt, the head golf coach here at UW Superior. And we're lucky to be able to say that you've got a challenge on the books already here, because
awesome.
You have an anonymous donor who's kicked in a $2,000 gift and is challenging other alumni of the golf programs and other donors who support the golf programs to also make $2,000 gifts. And that's awesome, because
huge.
It cuts into about half of what you're trying to raise money for. We'll talk about that a little bit here in a couple of minutes. But the nice part is kind of back to where we want to be, back at the top, and getting that men's golf team back in the national tournament.
Yeah, I mean, we had a really good fall. Funny, I was looking at rankings today, and obviously we haven't played yet, but some teams have, and so I started looking at rankings today, and we're in the 90 right now nationally, which is like in the highest we've ever been, which is pretty cool because it's all based obviously on our fall schedule, and the guys played well in the fall. We were consistent, which is really positive, and a couple local guys that were in our top 5, 2 Superior kids that were in our top 5, which is fun to have that as well. So it was a really fun fall. I'm looking forward to it. We tee off in I think 12 days or 13 days, so play our first tournament of the spring, and looking forward to getting a chance to get out and play.
Hard to, because we've talked about this many times, Matt and I have, and with you on the podcast and everything, how it's that sprint of a season where from late August into early October, it seems like you're playing almost every single day, and then you're off for 6 months.
Yep.
And it's really hard to navigate that, knowing that other parts of the country, these teams don't even take time off. They finish their season and they go right into, we'll play until we get back to playing in the spring. They just get to keep out going and playing.
Yeah, I mean, and it's funny because you take some of the teams that were ranked in the top 15 in the country. They've played 3 or 4 tournaments already, and they're all playing in the same tournaments. They're all they're playing in Savannah, Georgia, or they're playing in Jekyll Island, Georgia, and they're all playing in these different places together. And it's like, okay, well, almost the unfair advantage that they have over the northern teams is just it's staggering. It's why I would argue that sort of the ranking system is flawed, because they are all they're all ranked very highly because they all play each other, and so it's and they set up courses to help each other score well and things like that, so the numbers look really good. And again, then you take us northern schools and the MIAC, us, the Eau Claires and Stouts, and it's just harder because you do play a really tight fall schedule, and then you basically shut her down. And as much as This year we've been lucky because we did get donations in the past that were able to help us secure a new indoor simulator, which has been awesome, and our players have used it a lot. And we had to create a booking schedule to get it because they were fighting for time. So that's a super positive for us. But the next step is, okay, well, what else can we do to improve that area? And that's where the next piece comes in for us.
Before we jump into that, though, let's talk about the women's side of things too, because that's a program that you've seen a lot of improvement in over the last handful of years.
For sure, and I think that our best year is probably still next year, because I think we've got a veteran group that is poised to be really strong next year. We've got a couple newcomers that I think are going to come in and challenge. So finishing second in the conference last year, which is, Northwestern was really, really good, and they're ranked in the top 50 in the country, and they've played well in a couple of really big events. So us to be able to challenge them and not get just drilled by them. So we played them pretty tight the first day at conference. They took a pretty decent lead after 2 days, but we actually played fairly steady, about 8 or 9 shots behind them all 3 days, and I think that's a testament to our girls and how well they played. And what's funny is they can all play better than they played, and so that's still, we set records last year for the lowest lowest 2 day totals and lowest 3 day totals for that team. So that's huge for us.
That was kind of well, you and I talked about it. It was the men were not happy about not winning the conference title last year, and we kind of figured they would come back with a vengeance. But the women, I think, for a lot of people, were kind of a surprise. And Eb and I were kind of talking about this. It's just too bad that this group ran into a really, really good, maybe the best team in school history for Northwestern this year, because if it wasn't for that, we would have been right there.
Yeah, and I think that's 100%. I think we've turned the corner now on the women's team. We've got decent numbers. We've got a bunch of girls that love to play. Now we just got to continue to keep building that couple girls every year, or that come in and are competitive and really can be consistent and try to come in and help us, which I think is huge.
You talked a little bit about the training facility that you've been able to slowly build that thing up a little bit. You've got your simulator in there now. There's some storage options for your players finally. And the piece that you're looking to raise money for now is the putting green, because we all know how important the short game is. And unfortunately, some of us don't necessarily listen to that when we're on the golf course. But the short game, very, very important. And, obviously, putting, very, very key.
Yeah, so for us, and the beautiful thing is there's multiple options. So we've upgraded that facility. We've got lockers in there for bag storage during the winter. We've got the new simulator, and now the one piece that we're missing is really that area to work on the short game, and that's where through that anonymous donation they've really jump-started that process, and if we can get a couple other people to potentially match, we've got the chance to build something really nice in there that will give us an opportunity to actually really work on that part of our game in the off season. And and the best part about that is you can go in between classes and putt for 30 minutes and not really rather than sit and BS with your friends, you can go in and putt for 30 minutes and you can get actually something done, which is a super positive of that facility. And again, that's it. That it's in this building, and that this building is open more than any other building on campus. That those all speak very highly as to areas where we can improve on a regular basis if we take that next step for us.
give.uwsyellowjackets.com/SDOG is the website. You can log on there now and meet that challenge. There's a $2,000 challenge on the table for men's and women's golf that's going toward that new putting green in that indoor facility, and 1 or 2 more matches to that challenge, and suddenly you've got yourself the best putting green in the upper Midwest.
Yeah, for sure.
No
sure.
doubt about that. So give.uwsyellowjackets.com/SDOG is the website where you can make your gift right now to Yellow Jacket men's and women's golf. Coach, thanks for coming in.
Thank you.
We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with more of the 7th Annual Superior Days of Giving Telethon right after this. We're back for the final segment of the 2026 Superior Days of Giving Telethon benefiting Yellow Jacket Athletics. Again, that website across the bottom of the screen, give.uwsyellowjackets.com/SDOG is where you can go to make your gift. And we heard a lot of good stuff today, Matt. I mean,
Yeah.
you're hearing from the AD about facilities that are being renovated or being built or changes that are coming. You're talking to coaches who are coming off of NCAA tournament appearances. You're talking to coaches who are maybe in a retool or a rebuild, but a lot of positive momentum on all fronts that we heard about
Yeah,
tonight.
I mean, we got some new coaches that we had not heard from before. You know, Hilda Newton with women's lacrosse, Molly Sock, who just came in as the new volleyball coach. You know, and you got teams that, you know, like Nick Piazza with women's soccer making their 5th straight trip to the NCAA tournament. Joe Mooney making another trip. Paul Eberhardt's men's golf team also making another trip. You know, Evelyn Parsons making the NCAA tournament her first year as a head coach. And you know, there's a lot of excitement there. You know, Glenn Drexler winning a couple more, you know, conference titles as well with his team. Still got maybe a couple more to go. Yeah, I mean, it's one of those times of year where, you know, it's kind of fun to hear all the different kind of stories and different kind of like the full spectrum of what's going on within the department. But in order for, you know, for those programs and all of our programs to continue to excel, you know, days like today are important. And that they get the support that they need. So, you know, anything that the donors can give is always appreciated. And certainly, like we talked about at the beginning, John, this is all about enhancing the student-athlete experience, really. I mean, we can talk about NCAA tournaments, winning conference titles, hanging banners, all that kind of stuff. At the end of the day, if the student-athletes have a good experience, that's really what it's all about. And certainly anything that is brought in today is going to help enhance that for sure.
And of course, if you're, depending on when you see this, you may be watching this live, you may be watching a replay, you may have just stumbled across it in your algorithm on YouTube, whatever the case may be. Never too late to give. It doesn't necessarily have to be the Days of Giving. If you miss out on today, this is a 3-day event here at UW Superior, so you can continue to give over the course of those 3 days. And honestly, you can give any day of the year, and every penny that comes into UW Superior Athletics goes to benefiting the student athletes. So if you designate it for a specific sport, it's going to go to that sport. If you designate it to the athletic department as a whole, they will take that and they will make sure that they are doing something that will benefit all student athletes. So every penny that comes in goes directly to the student athletes and the experience that they have here at UW Superior.
Correct, yep.
That's going to do it for our 7th annual Superior Days of Giving Telethon benefiting Yellow Jacket Athletics. I want to thank the big sound Matt Johnson for flying co-pilot here again today, Holden Law, who was behind the camera and doing all of the logistics that goes well above my bald head and things that I definitely cannot do. So want to make sure we thank him as well. But thank you very much to all of our coaches who came in and sat with us today, and of course the student athletes who give us the opportunity to do what we do, because if we didn't have them, there'd be no reason for us to be sitting here doing this today. So for everybody involved with Yellow Jacket Athletics, I am John Garver. Thank you very much for tuning in today. And again, that website, give.uwsyellowjackets.com/SDOG. Make your gift to any of the programs here at UW Superior. Thank you again for tuning in. This has been the 7th annual Superior Days of Giving Telethon benefiting Yellow Jacket Athletics.